What's up, motherfuckers? What's up, motherfuckers? So, there's going to be a little bit of a rough subject to touch on. I understand that. So, trigger warning ahead of time. But there's something I want to talk about today because I'm getting so sick and fucking tired of the one-sided bullshit narrative on this. And that's this concentration on just only toxic masculinity, with the refusal to acknowledge or accept that femininity can be toxic as well. Because today you hear toxic masculinity constantly, but no one ever talks about how femininity is toxic as well. And honestly, it's more widespread for those that identify as being feminine versus those that identify as being masculine. You hate me all you want for stating it. I don't give a fuck. But you can't disprove my point. And I'll even give you some examples. Now, the first example I'm going to give you, this goes either way, male or female, masculine or feminine. It goes both ways on this. The extreme Bible thumpers. Seville Gaming, thank you for the follow 4 hours ago. I appreciate that. Thank you. God damn it, you fucking piece of shit. Work. Alright, sorry about that. Trying to get something to work the way it should and it wasn't wanting to do it. So, extreme Bible thumpers. What I mean by extreme Bible thumpers are those out there who go out of their way to say or try to force an individual or a group of individuals to do what they say, when they say, and how they say, while not necessarily doing the same thing themselves. We all know the kind of people I'm talking about, and it's not limited strictly to like Christianity. This can go for any religious faith, including atheists, which is in and of itself a form of a religious faith. It is very, very toxic to sit there and attempt to forcefully impose your view, your will on others, especially if you're not doing the same goddamn thing yourself. That is absolutely toxic femininity and toxic masculinity. But, okay, you don't want to believe that. You don't want to see that as a true example. Okay, I get it. I'll give you another one. And again, this could go either way, but I see or hear about this mostly on the feminine side versus the masculine side. Let's say you're someone who identifies as masculine. In this case, for this particular hypothetical example, I'm going to use strictly male-female. But it is not, and I want to make this clear, it is not related strictly to those gender identifications or those sexual orientations. Alright, this can go for any gender ID or any sexual preference. So, you are a guy, you are dating a chick, you identify as being masculine. Your female you're with identifies as feminine. And all she does is harp on you about every little motherfucking thing. Alright? Like, literally, that's all she does. Just harps on every little thing you say, every little thing you do. You style your hair the way you feel like styling. She doesn't like it. Although she may have said she liked it like maybe an hour before or a day before, a couple days before. All of a sudden she doesn't like it. You put on clothes that she may have said previously, whether it was minutes ago or hours ago or days ago or what have you, that she liked seeing you in, but now all of a sudden she hates it. Nothing you're doing is satisfactory in this girl's eyes. And you are trained from birth and I hate to say this because I understand that this absolutely should not be the way this is, the way this goes. But males are trained from birth, and we have been for centuries, to take whatever the woman says and just not stand up and fight back. That's the way it's been for at least decades, if not centuries, with the male to female the masculine, the feminine dynamic. We are not allowed to stand up for ourselves to say, hey, knock it the fuck off. I don't appreciate you denigrating and degrading me so much. Because the moment we do, what happens? The guy is labeled as abusive. He's called terrible names. He's accused of terrible criminal activity towards a female. And it creates an instant domestic incident. The moment we stand up for ourselves, say, hey, stop doing that. We're labeled the bad guys. We're labeled the villain. But on the flip side of that same coin, it also happens if the guy pulls the same shit with a woman. You're trying to control me. You're trying to abuse me. You're going to try to rape me. You're doing this. You're doing that. You're doing the other fucking thing. You're doing the other fucking thing. Blah, 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 blah. That is very much so a case of toxic femininity. Sorry, it's kind of a hard word to pronounce, at least for me. Oh, but Zim, those are extreme cases. No, they're fucking not. No, they're fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Those are not fucking extreme cases. They're not rare. This happens constantly. Oh, well, I don't believe that. Okay, you don't want to believe that example. Let me give you another one. Toxic femininity. Let's talk about all these bitches out here. And yes, I'm calling you bitches because this is some bullshit, and I see this way too often. I'm so sick of this bullshit. Let's talk about all these bitches who sit there and go, I'm an independent woman. I don't need no man to do nothing. I'm fierce. I'm independent. I can do whatever I want. I can do all the things that a man can do. Okay, great. Up to that point in this situation, I actually agree with you. I truly believe that a woman can do pretty much any goddamn thing a man can do, and that a man can do nearly anything a woman can do. There are very few things that men can do that women can't. There are very few things, honestly and biologically and physiologically speaking, that a man can do that a woman cannot. Alright? There's not much that is exclusively something only males can do or exclusively only something females can do. To state otherwise is to be lying. Alright? So up to this point in the situation, I absolutely agree with the woman. You can do pretty much anything a man can do. Damn near anything a man can do. And a man can do damn near anything a woman can do. Great, we've established that. It's a baseline. But then, these women, instead of just shutting the fuck up and leaving it there and leaving it at a very positive message, then turn around and take it way over the fucking line. Because these are the type of females. And it's happening way too much. We see all these videos online and shit of women doing this. There's no way you could try to tell me I'm fucking wrong. Where the woman will go online and she'll watch a video of a man being polite to other people. Usually women. Situations I'm talking about are, for example, a man opening a door for a woman. Just because he's trying to be polite, he's trying to be a gentleman, he's trying to be nice. He understands he doesn't have to do that. He understands that the woman can open the door her goddamn self, but he also understands that women are constantly demanding that men be gentlemen, that they be polite, that they be nice, that they do these kind of nice, gentlemanly-like gestures for other people, especially women. And she will fucking rip into the guy. Oh, he's not masculine. He's not being a man at all. He's so whipped. He's such a pussy. And this, that, and the other motherfucking thing. But she'll also tear into the woman for letting the man do it for her. Or another example, like, let's say they're man and a woman out and about on a walk, going from point A to point B. Starts off as nice weather, but all of a sudden bad weather hits. Like, for example, starts raining. And the guy, like, pulls out an umbrella and uses it to cover the female, but not necessarily cover himself. Oh, he's not being a gentleman. He's being such a fucking pussy. He's not a man, and it's bad, and it's horrible, and blah, 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 blah. And this is setting back feminism, you know, fucking years and years and years, and this and that and the other goddamn thing. Or it's cold, and they get out of a car, or come out of a building, and the man gives the woman his coat to help her try to keep warm. Oh, he's not a man. He's such a pussy. He's such a fucking wuss, and this, that, and the other goddamn thing. She will tear men down for doing what women want them to do, so they say. Because I can't tell you how many times I have seen videos of women tearing into men. Well, you don't ever let me have your coat if I'm cold, or you know, try to protect me from bad weather, or open a door for me. Do any of these things that a gentleman or a real man would do. And then that same fucking whore, when it actually happens, and there is video evidence of it happening either to herself or to another woman, will tear into both of them, saying that the woman allowing the man to do it is setting feminism back years, decades, centuries, and that the man doing it for the woman is him not being a man and him being a fucking pussy and all this other bullshit. That is absolutely 1,000,000% to the nth degree toxic femininity. That is the kind of bullshit that sets feminism back around the world centuries. Because you sit there and you denigrate and you degrade the male and the female in that situation. But again, this isn't related to strictly male-female relationships. This goes for any relationship between any two or more people. It could be a lesbian relationship where one identifies as the masculine member of the relationship and one identifies as a strictly feminine member. Same for male homosexual relationships, where one male in the relationship identifies as the masculine member and the other male identifies as the feminine member of the relationship. Or any other form of relationship, regardless of gender identity or sexual preferences. But we hear it far more often than not regarding male and female relationships only. The cis straight relationship, where these women will come out and they'll go, I am so independent, I don't need a man for nothing, I can do whatever I want. And they will tear into men and women online for doing what they demand men do for women, saying the woman is setting feminism back and the man is not a man, he's such a fucking pussy and this and that. But when it comes to something she needs a man's help with, whether it's a family member, a friend, a significant other, an acquaintance, a best friend even, behind closed doors, she will just go, oh my God, please can you help me with this? I need your help with this, please. But then she will turn around and go online and bash men for doing these kinds of things for women. She'll bash the woman for allowing the man to do these kinds of things for her. Make it make fucking sense, people. If we're gonna have discussions on toxic masculinity, we also need to have discussions on toxic femininity and non-toxic masculinity and non-toxic femininity. But more so than all of that, first and foremost, we've all got to sit down and agree that toxicity can and does occur in both individuals who identify as masculine and as feminine. This is not a one-sided issue. It should not be looked at or discussed as a one-sided problem. I have known guys who were very feminine, who identified as feminine, both straight and homosexual males, who identified as feminine, who were toxic as fuck. On both sides of the equation. Both males who identified as masculine, who are toxic as fuck, and males who identify as being feminine, being toxic as fuck. I have known males on both sides of that equation. I have had to deal with their bullshit. I have known females on both sides of that equation, and I've had to deal with that bullshit. And here's another thing. For those of you retarded fucking morons who want to go out there and say that masculinity cannot be toxic, and by default making the claim without actually saying it out loud that femininity cannot be toxic, you're full of fucking shit. I'm a dude. I identify very much as being a masculine male. I'm also a gentleman. I don't mind holding the door for people. I don't mind stepping aside when walking down the sidewalk to let others go by me with zero encumbrance. I don't mind letting people, at least sometimes, step ahead of me in like a grocery line or something along those lines. Just because they've got more shit to do or less shit to go, and I've got a ton. And I've got more time that I can let go by to deal with what I'm trying to deal with in whatever business I'm in that line than they probably do. Okay? I don't mind doing anything that is a polite and or nice and or gentlemanly gesture. It does not take away from me being a masculine male. At the same time, I also recognize that occasionally I find myself in a situation where my masculinity absolutely can be and sometimes does become very toxic. I understand that, yes, that is one of my faults. That is something I work on every single day. Because I understand that toxicity exists in everything on all levels of life within the human species. And I'm not afraid to not just to admit to it, but to fucking call it out. And if you don't like that, fuck you, you ignorant, retarded piece of shit moron. And yes, that is an example of me allowing my masculinity to be toxic. 100%. But in this case, it's also very much well fucking deserved. Because I am so fucking done with people sitting there going, well, it's only a problem on the male side of the spectrum. It's only a problem on the masculine side of the spectrum. That it's never a problem on the female side. It's never a problem on the feminine side of the spectrum. When it absolutely fucking is a problem on both sides of that spectrum. I don't fucking care if you believe me or not. Because it fucking happens, and your disbelief that this is an issue and a problem on both sides of the spectrum doesn't take away from that particular fucking fact. Like, here's a perfect example. And I talked about this when this case first came up. So, towards the beginning of the year, there was a case that made national, perhaps even international headlines about a DoorDash worker, female, who delivered a DoorDash order to a gentleman's house. And when she got there, The gentleman was passed out on his couch, and he was naked from the waist down. Now, initially, because I read all the reports and I listened to multiple people talk about it who also read the reports, the female DoorDasher claimed that she opened the door after knocking on it when she delivered the order. That the door was not open when she originally got to this gentleman's home.
Oh, you little bitch.
And that is how she discovered that this gentleman was passed out in the front room of his home on his couch and naked from the waist down. Matter of fact, according to reports on the incident from multiple people, she posted that video. She videoed herself walking up to the guy's door, opening the door, and then seeing him pass out naked from the waist down on the couch in his front room by the front door. And rightfully so, this generated a great deal of outrage against the female DoorDasher, because she also ended up walking into the guy's home and getting a closer look with the video. And then she put the guy on blast on social media, putting out his name and his address, revealing highly sensitive, highly personal information about the gentleman as an effort to shame this gentleman, as an effort to denigrate and degrade this gentleman. Then, that initial video was taken down, whether it was taken down by the social media platforms themselves, or she took it down because of the overwhelming degree of outrage on the video, I'm unclear of. There are too many differing stories for me to make a definitive determination. But what is for certain is that her original video of the incident was removed from social media platforms. After that occurred, she later went and made a video, a new one, accusing this gentleman of sexually assaulting her, and then changing her original story from the door was shut when I got there and I opened the door to, oh no, the door was cracked open a little bit, I just opened it wider, and then I walked into the home when I saw the gentleman lying there half naked, asleep on his couch. She then attempted to call the police and file a report against the gentleman for sexual assault and rape. Now, that failed. Thankfully, this is one of those instances in today's world, one of those very rare instances where the gentleman only suffered some of the consequences he could have suffered from this woman's blatantly false allegations, along with her blatantly breaking and entering into the gentleman's home without his knowledge or consent, and then breaking the law yet again by taking a video of him as she did so without the gentleman's knowledge or consent, and then breaking the law a third time by putting the gentleman's personal information, namely his name and his home address, out into the internet ether without the gentleman's knowledge or consent. Now, it should be noted that the gentleman's preferences on DoorDash stated specifically, leave the food at my door, let me know you left my food at my door, I will come get it. You are not to open my door under any circumstances, was the very heavily implied thing. Said, leave it on the porch and I will grab my food. But the reason I bring this case up as an example here is because it is one of the most perfect prime examples of someone who identifies very much as being feminine, using her femininity to be incredibly toxic in a situation. Especially given that in the end, it doesn't matter if the gentleman accidentally forgot to shut his door before he passed out. Because the gentleman, when the cops talked to him, the gentleman admitted he'd had a long day at work. He'd just come home. He drank a little bit after he got home. He went up to change. And then he just got super tired really, really quickly, and he passed out. Like, that's all that happens. He didn't specify, as far as I can tell from the reports, whether or not he believes he forgot to shut his door all the way. In the end, it doesn't matter if he forgot to shut his door all the way or not. What matters is the three separate individual things that young female DoorDasher did that broke the law and violated this man and violated this man's privacy. She broke and entered into his home. Well, breaking and entering requires that you pick the lock or whatever. No, it doesn't. Generally, in layman's term, you break and enter into any home where you do not have the homeowner's consent to enter that home. And it doesn't matter if the home is a cardboard box in an alleyway, or a tent, or an apartment, or an owned house. If you do not have the owner of the home's consent to enter their home, you are considered to be breaking and entering. That is very much illegal. She then proceeded to further violate the man's privacy and his home and the law by taking a video of the man on her phone without his knowledge or his consent. Now, I can hear people out there going, well, that's not illegal. People do it all the time in public. There is a difference between being on a public sidewalk and taking video or taking photographs while you are on a public sidewalk of people and places, and entering a constitutionally and federally protected curtilage of a person's home and doing the same thing without the knowledge or consent of the homeowner. That is very much blatantly illegal and is a violation of, at the very least, I believe it's the Fourth Amendment, which protects the sanctity of a person's home from being violated in that kind of a manner. And then, as if those two blatant constitutional and or legal violations weren't bad enough, like I said, this fucking cunt put his name and his home address into this original video. This is one of the few points about the video that everybody basically agrees on, and posted it on social media, again, without the knowledge or consent of the homeowner, while illegally inside the curtilage of the homeowner's home. And remember, the curtilage doesn't refer only to your domicile, your apartment, or tent, or whatever. Well, in some cases it actually may. It depends, I think, on the situation. In this case, it was a house. And in this case, because this has been used against police when they violate the Fourth Amendment in this kind of a way, by violating the curtilage of the home. The curtilage extends to the nearest public space, essentially, in layman's terms. So the nearest sidewalk, the nearest road, the nearest alleyway that is a public space. So the curtilage of a person's home includes like their lawn, their garage, all of that kind of thing. All of that is considered within the curtilage of the home and is thus protected by federal law and the Fourth Amendment. So she went up the sidewalk to the walkway that led to the porch. Now, the walkway could or could not be argued as to be a public space. I could see reasonable arguments either way. I would reasonably argue that because it's a walkway that leads directly from the sidewalk to the entrance to the person's home, cutting through their front lawn, that it would be considered within the curtilage of that person's home. It is private property. But I could see people making reasonable arguments against that. Either way, the moment she stepped onto the porch, she was absolutely on the private curtilage of this man's home. And she was there to do a job. Once the job was discharged, remaining on that curtilage without the knowledge or consent of the homeowner is a violation. It's a violation of the law, trespassing, and it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Again, trespassing. So what this young female did, this is stupid fucking ignorant cunt, violated the Fourth Amendment multiple ways, violated multiple federal laws, state laws, and local laws for that particular area. And then she turned around and she made a fourth legal violation by filing a false police report for sexual assault and rape against a gentleman. And then she went on social media again and made another video whining, bitching, moaning, and complaining because people, more often than not, were not backing up her and her bullshit. I'm the victim. I didn't do anything wrong. And this and that and the other thing and the other motherfucking thing. Bitch, you violated the Fourth Amendment several different ways. At least 2 different ways that I can name off the top of my head. And I'm not a trained law enforcement officer. Alright? I'm not a trained fucking lawyer. But I could do my goddamn research. I could name at least 2 ways you violated the Fourth Amendment. And probably other amendments in other parts of the Constitution as well. You broke 4 separate laws in the process of the bullshit. And you want to know why far more people were pissed at you for your actions and what you did than supported your dumb ass? Because you notice, and this is the other half to the point I'm making about this situation being a prime example of toxic femininity. The only people that supported her through all of this, that still support her, are the type of people who will bitch, whine, moan, and complain about how fierce they are, how independent they are, how they don't need a man to do shit. They can do it all themselves. And will turn and fucking make reaction videos and shit where they tear into a guy for being polite, for being nice, for committing gentlemanly gestures towards other people, especially women. But then turn around at the same time, the minute they can't reach something on a high shelf, or they can't open a jar of something, or they need like something mechanical taken care of, or they need something in the home fixed, they will turn around and go whine to the males in their life to come help them accomplish whatever it is they need them to help them do. And when it's done, or even while it's being done, they will continue to be on social media bashing males for doing what women ask them to do. And then bashing the female for allowing the male to do what women ask the male to do. This is a very disturbing and growing trend on social media. And I'll admit, I see more American so-called content creators who are perpetuating this trend than I do non-American. But I also don't know a whole lot of non-American content creators, to be fair. So I cannot say definitively that this is only really a major problem with American content creators versus non-American. I can't say that. I don't know. What I can definitively say is that regardless of whether this is a problem in non-American countries and locations, this is absolutely a massive American problem. And it is also very much one of the best examples of toxic femininity, not just in America, but around the world. You cannot, as a female or as an individual who identifies as feminine, sit there and state, I am independent, I am fierce, I don't need a male, especially a masculine male's help to do anything, and bash masculine individuals for being nice and being polite and performing gentlemanly gestures, then turn around when you need a man's help, especially a masculine man's help, to fix something in the house, or like say fix a bike or change the oil in your vehicle or something like that, and then continue to bash males for doing what females ask them to do and expect to not be considered toxic as fuck and to be a very much a toxic feminine. You're the reason feminism keeps getting sent back to the fucking Stone Age. And the fact that you fail to fucking recognize this is both ironic and incredibly infuriating to everyone. Not just people in your particular orbits, but to everybody around the world who wishes to create a safe, fair society. One where the rules and the laws apply to everybody, not just a select few. You also cannot sit there and go on social media and just bash dudes for not being nice, for not being polite, for not committing gentlemanly gestures for you and others. And then watch videos of them doing exactly what you're telling them they need to do and bash them for doing it, and then bash the women in those videos for allowing the guy to do that for her or to do that to her. That's not feminism. That is 100% toxic femininity. Because on one hand, you are saying, well, guys should open doors more, guys should pay for dates more, guys should give, girls their fucking coats more often when it's cold, or, protect them from things like rain with things like umbrellas more often, and do all this and do all that you want to see quote unquote nice guys doing. And then when we fucking do it and it is caught on video and posted on the internet as a way to praise the male for doing what all you females keep saying and demanding that we do, and bash them for fucking doing it, and then bash the females in the videos for allowing it to be done. It's a catch-22 where males simply cannot win in that situation. You cannot sit there and be in any form of a relationship with a male or someone who identifies as masculine and thus identifies as having male traits, or what are considered typically male traits, and go and whine, bitch, moan, and complain about every little fucking thing. And just expect that person, that masculine individual, to take it forever without eventually standing up sooner or later, and usually sooner, and saying, I've had enough of your bullshit, knock it off. Or I swear to God, I'm throwing you the fuck out, and I will never deal with your bullshit again. You can't expect the masculine individual to take your whiny bullshit and your uncalled for, unnecessary fucking bullshit criticisms constantly forever and call that a positive relationship. That is not a positive fucking relationship. A positive relationship is a 50-50 give and take on each side. You give some, you take some. That's how it goes. It's also respect on both sides. And while there is a certain level of basic respect that every person needs to give every other person for being a person, for being a human being alive, being in society, being on this plane of existence. Pretty much anything beyond that has to be earned respect. I will respect an individual for being a person until if and when they show me that they don't deserve even that little level of respect. But anything beyond that basic minimum level of respect, you earn with me. And you earn it by being a good, positive person for me to be around. One who will prove that you will not stab me in the back, that you will be there during my darkest fucking hours and help me if I need it and if you can. That is the type of thing you do to earn my fucking respect. That's the type of thing everybody should have to do to earn respect from others. You can't sit there and disallow the masculine member of your relationship from bitching, whining, moaning, or complaining about anything about you while doing the same fucking thing, bitching, whining, moaning, complaining about everything about that person, and not expect the issue to blow up and not expect to be called very much toxic female, to be displaying toxic femininity. If you think that that's the way things should go, you are fucking retarded beyond belief. You are fucking stupid. You are a fucking moron. You are absolutely one of the biggest cunts on the fucking planet. And you should not be in society. You should go isolate yourself away from everybody fucking else and have as little possible fucking interaction with the rest of humanity as can possibly be managed. Because you are a terrible fucking human being. And that's assuming you can even rightfully, at that point, be called a human being. Because personally, I would say that people of that caliber, people of that nature, that are like that, are a fucking insult to actual human beings. And should never, ever be referred to as a human being. Fuck that. We, the human race, do not fucking accept people like that as being members of the human fucking race. Suck a fucking dick and go the fuck away. Now, that's today's public service message / discussion / rant. If you disagree with me on any of it, feel free to express it. I will respond. but I can virtually guarantee you won't like my responses. So respond at your own risk. I cannot and will not be held liable for my responses to your ignorance and stupidity. Now I gotta get up, go get coffee, go to the bathroom. I'll return in a few, and then we'll get into gameplay. So hang on tight. Ugh.
In their respective vehicles for supervisor to arrive, during which the MSP mutes nearly 2 minutes of audio restrictions are due to radio traffic that doesn't involve his case. But considering the duration and time frame, as well as the other redacted body cam, it seems more likely that they've
Professor Morgan Solus?
conversation about the incident between the training officer and the rookie. The MSP
Don't recognize you from area. Too well armed to be refugees, no mercenary uniform, quarantine still in effect. Here for something else. Vorcha, crew to clean them out. Likely Vorcha a symptom, not a cause. The plague, investigating possible use as bioweapon. No, too many guns, not enough data, equipment. Soldier, not scientist. Yes. Higher guns.
Relax, Morgan. I'm Commander Shepard, and I came here to find you. I'm on a critical mission, and I need your help.
Mission? What mission? No. Too busy. Clinic understaffed. Plague spreading too fast. Who says?
Ever heard of an organization called Cerberus?
Crossed paths on occasion. Thought they only worked with humans. Why request Solarian?
I'm on a mission to shut down the Collectors, and I need your help.
Collectors? Interesting. Plague hitting these slums is engineered. Collectors one of few groups with technology to design it. Our goals may be similar. But must stop plague first. Already have a cure. Need to distribute it at Environmental Control Center. Vorcha guarding it. Need to kill them.
I'll get in and deal with the Vorcha.
I think things just got worse.
Vorcha have shut down environmental systems. Trying to kill everyone. Need to get power back on before district suffocates. Here, take plague cure. Also, bonus in good faith, weapon from dead Blue Sun's mercs. May come in handy against Vorcha. One more thing. Daniel, one of my assistants, went into Vorcha territory looking for victims. Hasn't come back.
If I see him, I'll do what I can to help.
Thank you. Told him not to go. But he's smart. Bright future. I hope.
I found a Batarian plague victim near the entrance to the neighborhood. Can you send someone to help him?
Risky. Blue Sun's Vulture still battling. District not secure. See what I can do.
What can you tell me about this plague?
Advanced design. Suspected collectors before you mention them. Purpose seems experimental. Destroys respiratory systems with harmful genetic mutations. Makes sense to avoid humans. Unnecessary to force mutation on human genetic structure for sake of variants.
Unnecessary mutations? What are you talking about?
Possible goal of virus. Testing viable mutation levels in various species. Horrific, but feasible for collectors. Humans don't have diverse genetic background, wider range than other sapient races. Makes sense as control group.
What do you know about the Vorcha?
Cowardly, opportunistic scavengers. Not tactical or aggressive. Scale of attack unusual for them. Suspect Vorcha working for collectors. Distributing plague, collecting data. No proof, but theory fits evidence.
Any idea where I can find Daniel?
No. Heard infected Batarians trapped behind Vorcha lines. Daniel went to help. Warned him not to go. Too dangerous. Patients here need him. Stuck out anyway. Wanted to find him myself. Can't leave the clinic. Have to look after the patients.
We know this to be true, as just 5 minutes later.
Have you had any trouble at the clinic?
Nothing major. Blue Suns gave her humans, made threats, killed them before things escalated.
For a doctor, you're awfully calm about taking out a group of mercs.
Wasn't always a doctor. Some work for Solarian Special Tasks Group. Can handle myself. Advantage of being Solarian. Turians, Krogan, Vorcha, all obvious threats. Never see me coming.
Let's head for the environmental plant.
Jamie would now be on the hook for the cost of his deductible.
Yes, good. Restore power. Release cure. We'll be here when you return.
Related to the collision. 3 days later, he received a call from Trooper Casey Meeker.
Jamie, it's Casey calling back with the State Patrol. So, Jamie, if I can for a second give you a little bit of perspective, okay? This incident and what we are dealing with and talking about has already taken place, right? So, we can't change what happened. The normal process for any other incident, any other crash, the troopers have 10 days in order to complete those things, right? So I'm not... Once your break happens, it's not a normal situation. Well, anytime we've got a squad car involved in a situation, it's not normal. You're correct. Absolutely.
At this point, Jamie realized he should seek legal counsel and hired an attorney.
In this case, it was State Patrol, not a marshal. Well, I've been advised by my counsel to that I've been doing other pictures. We want to tell
This clinic is a sanctuary. If you're looking for trouble, go somewhere else.
Meager hadn't looked at because he wanted to give the investigators 10 days. It was created on the same day of the collision and signed off by a supervisor the very next day. The report also showed that the rookie had
Heavy weapon! Get down! Hostile down!
see Jamie's vehicle that the state Valentine's Day in 2025, the senior administration sent Jamie a letter that claims the accident was nearly to handshake with the turtle, and that the Minnesota State be led by the divorce and and based on that, Minnesota would not be paying Jamie for the damage their negligence caused. However, the very first thing written in the opinion of the case decided is that the case is not major. This case is not as lacking authority in future cases. Executive resolution of the judge. Second point of contention is that Trooper
please.
had acted
Lawrence, you're something shut!
and did not activate his emergency lights. Official immunity was created to protect
Enemy shot!
official immunity can be denied and granted. It is up to a judge, and a judge only, to determine whether a state trooper or another public official is entitled to immunity.
Sit down! Hell of a shot!
And feel like a good person. This is flat out evil, especially when you consider what Jamie is asking for. You see, Jamie went through his own insurance because the state refused to accept responsibility. He paid for his own vehicle, his medical
recycled cards signed by people who still thought I worked in procurement. But let's rewind. 12 years. That's
I'm
how
telling
long
you
I've
the
led
truth.
Prologic's
I work for
manufacturing.
Morden at the clinic. I came here to help you.
We know you're spreading the plague virus. We saw the vials in your bag.
Supply chain
Those vials contain the cure.
everything from
Please,
tracking
you have to
shipments to
believe me.
babysitting forklift drivers
Maybe
who
we
thought
should cut off your
alignment
fingers.
was an abstract
That
concept.
should loosen
I
you.
didn't go to
Look
university.
out!
I didn't have a daddy on the board.
Don't move.
What I had was grit,
One more step and
caffeine,
kill your
and
friend.
the ability to make things arrive on time even when the universe said no. You want numbers? Fine. In 2013, this company was a week away from bankruptcy. I remember the meeting like it's
I
tattooed
know you're
behind my
scared
eyes.
of the vortex, of the plague, but this man isn't to blame. If he was spreading the virus, why would he come into Vorcha territory? They're immune.
She's right. Doesn't make any sense. If we release the prisoner, we can go.
You have my word on it.
Gave us free pens at the door. So I
Let
stood
him
up,
know.
cleared my throat, and said, "What if I did?"
You got what you wanted, Gilman.
I'd like to
We
pretend
free
I
to go?
sounded noble.
We had a deal.
Sounded insane,
Human nobility.
but I'd crunched the numbers.
I didn't
knew
know
what
such
that
a thing
pipeline meant,
existed.
and I just paid off my house. A clause was written. Clause 14.
Thank you.
If
I thought they were gonna
guarantee the supply chain,
kill me.
the shipments would continue.
Morden
If I
sends
ever
you to
left the
find me?
company, the guarantee could be pulled at will. They signed the papers the next morning. The trucks rolled in.
The professor could use your help right
and I
now.
went home and
He's
stared
got
at my
too many
ceiling for
patients
3
and not
hours,
enough
wondering if I just
volunteers.
orphaned my
Yeah,
own bank account.
okay.
So, yeah,
I'll go right away.
12 years. I ran that division
Thanks
like
again.
a war general.
I owe you.
Logistics VP wasn't just a title. It was my damn
everything.
identity. I knew every warehouse code by memory. Free drivers.
ILG, you get so much more than just appliances. You get the latest innovations, like a washer that's also...
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
The guy after he stole from us because he was the only one honest enough to admit it during the interview. Funny how the brain forgets faces when the money rolls in.
Someone's coming.
Striving to surveillance, to digital which is code for a polite.
Did I do that?
Oh, keep going. Let me just say this. If you've been riding along with these stories without hitting that little subscribe button, yeah, 97% of y'all are ghosting us like we're your ex's voicemail. So click the link. Keeps the lights on and the wine chilled. Anyway, I should have seen it coming. The tone started to shift. Meetings where I wasn't needed. Emails where I was CC'd instead of addressed. They replaced our holiday cards with QR codes for digital appreciation. One time, I was asked to reduce my email signature to promote efficiency. That's when I was an executive. I was a liability with a pension. Still, I held on because I
Come back.
in the idea that
Firing an impact shot.
still mattered. But here's the catch. When you believe in something harder than the people who run it, that belief becomes a liability. And in my case, a very expensive one. First time I saw it.
Who's next?
The break room fringe like another money. So, gel
Bring it.
you can see it. He started said his name was Chad. Red flag. Just him signing the surface. Size molars. I'm sure he'll be this one. He said, I blinked. Shut up. He grinned. Just operations. That uncle. Wearing it together like a parasite with a pound of weight. I should have known autism was one of them. They started talking about
Firing concussive shot.
work history and confidence you usually only see in lottery winners and drunk opportunities. Great, I said, because that's pretty safe. 3 years from retirement and 5 minutes from smashing a mug labeled hash.
Anyone else want some?
It's the copy.
Business. Scale with Walmart, I really suggest that you start off.
think we're close. We need to get that cure into the system, then turn on the fan.
Better jawlines. When it ended, Chad said, "Of course, I'd love to thank the team for helping shape these ideas, which is what we're for."
You don't come here. We shut down machines, break fans. Everyone choke and die. Then collectors make us strong.
What do the collectors want?
Collectors want plague. You work for Doctor. Turn on machines. Put cure in air. We kill you first.
Heads up.
Well done.
Let's go down.
HR said this. Three green apples. Most bananas and crackers shaped like leaves. One pair already goes into the bottom.
Going dark.
Instead,
The central control system is in an alcove in the center of the back wall. You can inject the cure and reinitialize the systems
down my
there.
planner, grabbed my battered coffee mug, the one that said ship happens, and one framed photo of my old team from 2014. The only year we hit quota without a single late truck. I didn't clear my digital folders, didn't wipe the hard drive, let them choke on the detritus of a decade. At exactly 5 p.m., I walked out. No wave, no tears. Just the sound of my sensible heels on tile and the motion lights shutting off behind me. When I got home, I went straight to the closet, pulled down the fireproof safe. Combination.
The cure's in place. Turn the fans on and we should be good.
Contract still crisp and clean despite the world running around it like that.
Focus.
I laid it on the kitchen table, took out a pen, and began drafting after the final insult has been neatly filed under irreversible. The sound of my old inkjet printer spitting out legal paper at 11:42 p.m. was probably the most satisfying thing I've heard in years. Not the white noise of the barrels, but the hollow clicks of the electric tube. When I stand up too fast, this gentle birth of consequences was music. I'd spent the last 5 years hosting my kitchen table. It was the Rosetta Stone of corporate idiocy. Santa Claus and the slouch to serve as sole personal guarantor.
Sit down.
Cessation of employment. The other side of the notice to brand core alloys, at which point all contractual obligations
On my way.
After you.
shall be deemed null. It was like reading a time capsule written by my younger, sharper, and significantly more cynical self. I remember the day I added that clause. The company's lawyers
This
didn't
one's
even
on.
like
Let's get the other one started.
believe someone was willing to sign anything during that financial nosedive. And now it was a ghost clause, an unexploded shell buried in a contract no one ever views as so I called for it. She picked up this. Still the same no-nonsense kid.
Now you see me.
I think I found it.
Did I do that?
Next over the clause. Yes. After a bottle of Cabernet, it didn't sound that paranoid. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Jesus Christ, David. They didn't just forget this. They never read it. I told her.
That's broken with the pig.
If you do,
Taking heavy fire.
one page, no flow, just the necessary legalese, direct and clean. To whom it may concern and brand for alloys, this letter serves as a
Now you see me.
supply continuity agreement dated March 1233 between Prologic's the undersigned's employment with Prologic's manufacturing.
Ready to die.
Head down!
Going dark.
To the aforementioned agreement are hereby rescinded. Regards, Dated L. Mercer. I printed 2 copies. Staring at the ceiling like it owed me closure. I didn't send it. Not yet. See, there's a strange kind of power in the pause before impact. You flip the breaker but haven't hit the switch. The silence just before the engine catches fire. Chad thought he was holding the steering wheel. He didn't realize I still owned the brakes. The smell hit me before the music. Cheese cubes, bad cologne, and those supermarket roses that look like they've been gaslighting each other in a walk-in cooler. Third floor cafeteria, 2 p.m. Holding table covered in custard
Both
pastries.
fans are up and going. Let's get back to order.
Trails, like I was being sent off to pasture.
Bioweapon systems engaged. Airborne viral levels dropping. Patients improving. Fortune retreating. Well done, Shepard. Thank you.
And thank you from me as well. Those Batarians would have killed me. For a second there, I thought you were going to shoot them even after they let me go.
I made a promise to spare them if they let me go. I honor my promises.
Merciful of you. Risky. Would have killed them myself.
Esther, how can you say that? You're a doctor. You believe in helping people.
Lots of ways to help people. Sometimes heal patients, sometimes execute dangerous people. Either way helps. Go check on the patient.
He's not necessarily wrong.
Think about what I said. Good kid, a bit naive. He'll learn. Letting him take over the clinic. Should be able to handle it now that Forge are gone.
I slipped out without a word. The applause was still fading as the stairwell door
We've cured the plague. Are you ready to help stop the collectors?
Yes. I'm expected to be working with Cerberus. Many surprises. Just need to finish up here at the clinic. Won't take long. Meet you at your ship. Looking forward to it.
I hadn't seen in years. Ronnie, WH Manager 0917. Subject line, heads up. They're rushing production. Just got word from a
We're heading out. See you in the Normandy.
shipment getting fast-tracked for Tuesday. Looks like they're trying to lock in deliveries before Q4. Hope you're enjoying retirement. I didn't reply. Instead, I went to the safe, pulled the letter, sat at the table, read it one more time. Then I called Lauren. Send it.
Welcome to the Normandy, Professor.
I said.
It's an honor to have you on board.
Yes, very excited. Cerberus working with aliens. Unexpected. Elusive man branching out, maybe? Not so human-centric.
Very well informed.
Solarian government well-connected espionage experts had top-level clearance once. Retired now. Still, hear things. Informed of name only, no knowledge of man behind it. Anti-alien reputation listed as problematic.
Don't kid yourself, Professor. Humans still come first in the elusive man's eyes. This mission is too big for them to handle alone.
The collectors are abducting human colonists out on the fringes of terminus space.
Not simple abductions. Wouldn't need me for simple.
Entire colonies disappear without a trace. No distress signals are sent out. There are no signs of any kind of attack. There's virtually no evidence that anything unusual happened at all. Except that every man, woman, and child is gone.
Gas, maybe? No, spreads too slow.
You don't have to sit there and guess. We collected samples from one of the colonies. I'd like you to analyze them and figure out how the collectors did this.
Yes, of course. Analyze the samples. We're going to need a lab.
There's a fully equipped lab on the combat deck, Professor Solus. If you find anything lacking, please place a requisition order.
Who's that? Pilot? No. Synthesized voice. Simulated emotional inflections. Could it be? No. Maybe. Have to ask. Is that an AI?
The ship is equipped with an artificial intelligence.
An AI on board. Non-human crew members. Cerberus more desperate than I thought.
The collectors have taken tens of thousands of colonists. We'll do whatever we have to do to find and stop them.
Yes, of course. Can't risk being captured like colonists. Need to identify, neutralize technology. Need samples. Which way to the lab?
Follow me, Professor.
Please call me back. It's urgent. Then, Dana, we have a serious situation unfolding here. Please respond. This is critical. He tried my personal cell. I watched the screen light up from my deck chair. Let it ring. Again. My phone buzzed like a dying wasp and then gave up. Lauren handled it like a surgeon. Cold. Clean. Her email back was one line. Per Clause 14C, Miss Mercer's guarantee is no longer active. Please direct future correspondence elsewhere. No salutation. No fluff. Just illegal guillotine dropped mid-sentence. An hour later, my LinkedIn started getting creepy. COO viewed my profile, then the HR director, then Chad. Oh, sweet clueless Chad. Probably wondering if he should add crisis mitigation to his resume or maybe experienced in post-guarantee recovery operations, which in his case means panic Googling how to secure high-risk logistics contracts when you've just fired the one person who kept your company solvent. By sundown, the whispers had turned into screaming. Internal comms leaked, a Slack thread full of finger-pointing and vague threats. Someone tagged the CEO in all caps, who signed this guarantee agreement, and why wasn't IT updated? Meanwhile, I watched my tomatoes grow, real slow, real quiet. Funny how loud a company gets when the woman they forgot still holds the master key and decides it's time to turn it. The courier showed up just after lunch, sweating through his polo, clutching a manila envelope like it was made of nitroglycerin. Said he had to get my signature, even though the return address just read Executive Suite Confidential. I signed, not because I owed them anything, because I was curious what desperation smelled like on heavy bond paper. Inside, a cover said we don't need your expertise, which was corporate for we've torched everything and need your fire hose. Attached was a reinstatement offer so bloated with buzzwords, I half expected its own TED Talk and apology for a basket. They were offering me my job back. Same title, slightly bigger office, and a signing bonus that looked impressive until you realized it was hush money with a comma. I flipped to the second page buried in the fine print, non-disclosure clauses, liability waivers, and a line that read all past agreements to be considered null upon execution of new terms. Ah, there it was. They weren't just trying to rehire me. They were trying to erase the clause, sweep clause 14C into a legal obligate, and pretend the last week was just a disruption in continuity. I slid the packet across my kitchen counter right into a stack of unopened credit card offers and fake Medicare scams. It didn't even deserve its own drawer. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Lauren had forwarded me an email. Subject line, leaked brand core internal. It was from a contact inside the supplier company. When I used to drink whiskey with at logistics conferences before ProLogix decided those expenses weren't strategically aligned. FYI, they're panicking. This just came across
how can I help?
threads. Quoting here, ProLogix failed to formally assume the personal guarantee of
Any ideas on other ways to prepare for the collectors?
Ideas, yes. Expensive, but possibly valuable. Can show you.
This was entirely dependent on her continued employment. There it was, black and white. They never backed the guarantee.
Let me know if upgrades seem feasible. Can install them whenever you like.
Is the lab working well for you?
Quite satisfactory. Found a few surveillance bugs. Destroyed most of them. Returned expensive one to Miranda. Nothing unexpected. Just need more samples. More collector data, tissue samples, anything you can get, I can use. Find blue tech.
Any medical concerns I should be aware of on the team?
Cerberus personnel in excellent condition. No squad concerns to report. Always some matters, but nothing affecting immediate mission.
Have you got a minute to talk?
Of course. Plague on Omega dealt with. Plenty of time to analyze collector intelligence. Impressive laboratory setup. Missed working for operations with a budget. AI in particular. Very helpful. Best setup I've seen since work with Special Tasks Group.
Then came Chad's moment. Shareholder asked if he could explain the contract lapse. His reply...
Is your assistant Daniel settling in all right?
Quite well. Safe and secure. Neighborhood mostly quiet with Plague gone. Left him the security mechs just in case. Can't be too careful. Also tired of mechs. Noisy. Never used them in STG.
It must have been frustrating working on Omega with such a limited facility.
No, loved it. Limited facility presents challenge. Save greatest number of people using limited resources. Security threats, gangs, mercenary groups add additional difficulty. Quite enjoyable. Plague stretched abilities to limit. Couldn't have asked for more. Also, enjoy saving people, of course. Helping the helpless, greater good, all that too. Nice. Retirement after STG work complete.
Tell me more about the Solarian Special Tasks Group.
Respected organization. Clandestine. Handles difficult assignments with limited oversight. Recon, analysis, occasional wet work. Identify problems, have neutralization options ready should need arise. Model for Council Spectres based on Special Tasks Group. Very similar.
Similar in what way?
Solarians lack numbers, brute strength, military prowess, have to rely upon stealth, intelligence. Agents trusted, given wide operative freedom. Spectres similar, given goal, told to accomplish. Better funded, of course. Didn't have to buy our own weapons.
If you're telling me the only reason shipments ever moved was because of a clause she buried in a contract to save your asses 10 years ago, I want a full internal audit. Now silence followed by a stammered, we'll take that under advisement. Later that day, Chad's name...
You said you were in the Special Tasks Group. What kind of research were you doing?
Not simply research. Several recon missions. Covert, high risk, served under young captain named Kiriki. Studied Krogan genophage, took water, tissue samples from Krogan colonies.
I worked with an STG captain named Kiriki. His team helped me destroy Saren's cloning facility on Burmire.
Heard he was part of that. Jury-rigged explosive. Always got job done with limited resources. Good captain. Bit of a cloaca, though. Loved his speeches. Hold the line. Personally prefer to get job done and go home. Probably military bravado, jargon, chest pounding. No offense.
Why would STG study the genophage?
Krogan rebellion's bloody, dangerous, nearly as bad as Rachni attacks. All species evolve, adapt, mutate. If genophage weakens, need to be prepared.
What was the STG preparing to do?
Military schematics for likely Krogan population growth, political scenarios for attack points. Genophage reduced Krogan numbers. Species aggression unchecked, population explosion would be disastrous. STG helped check Krogan rebellion. Needed to be ready to do the same. Simple recon, nothing to worry about.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Bioweapon designed by Solarian science team, deployed by Turians against Krogans to end Krogan rebellions more than 1,000 years ago. Affects every cell of Krogan body. Commonly and incorrectly considered a sterility plague. Actually adjusts viable fertility rates to compensate for high Krogan birth rate. Stabilizes to pre-industrial population growth levels.
Muted but glowing, the news Chiron crawled like it was afraid to say the whole truth out loud. Prologic shares plummet mid-contract crisis. Nepotism allegations emerge.
Nice talking with you, Morden.
Should get back to work. Need to study. So much data. Here if you need me.
For experts speculating how a single contract mishap could unravel a decade of expansion. The camera cut to the CEO stepping out of a black SUV, face drawn, tie-lip, hands shoved in his pockets like maybe if he stuffed them deep enough, the blame wouldn't stick. The voiceover called it a voluntary resignation, which in boardroom speak means we tossed him off the boat before he could finish sinking it. No mention of Chad. Guess his leave went permanent. What they did mention briefly, and with the caution of a man defusing a bomb, was that the supplier agreement had been urgently renegotiated. Now at cost described only as significantly above previous terms. I knew what that meant. Double, maybe more. Brand Corps had no reason to be generous anymore. The goodwill price left the building the moment I did. Lauren forwarded me the final thread. A frantic string of emails between Prologics and Brand Corps with legal CC trying to backpedal, reframe, offer settlements, explore synergies. The last one came from Brand Corps' side. Cold as marble, your company failed to uphold the continuity clause after Miss Mercer's departure. As such, previous terms are void. Please see the updated contract proposal. Note, this offer is non-negotiable. Attached was a short note from Lauren. They'd forgotten you saved them. You simply reminded them how much it cost. I sat with them for a moment. Not angry, not triumphant. Just done. I headed towards the building. Didn't shout on Twitter. Didn't write an op-ed or leak anything to the press. I didn't even try to ruin them. I just took my name off the blue, and the whole machine fell apart like a cheap desk in humidity. Appreciate you sticking around, you legends of the break room. Subscribe for more chaos. Let's make your old managers spill their coffee in fear.
Biology, it's so much more than just appliances. And the latest innovations, like a range that's also a big O champion, all with the backing of LG, America's most reliable and number one parts brand. LG ranges, so much bigger.
My boss gave my job to his nephew, and he forgot that 10 years ago I personally guaranteed our main supply line for your own assets to save the company. My lawyer's letter to the supplier was simple. The guarantor has been terminated. Act accordingly. They say loyalty is a virtue until it turns into a leash. I knew mine had changed the day I got a company wide happy retirement paid an email while I was still in the Gulf. No conversation, no handshake, just a half-rotting fruit basket and a recycled card signed by people who still voted to procurement. But let's rewind. 12 years. That's how long I bled from Prologic's manufacturing. I started in a windowless background with a tire that sounded made up and a chair that squeaked like it had PTSD. Supply chain coordinator, which basically meant I did everything from tracking shipments to babysitting full-life drivers. Front pallet alignment was an abstract concept. I didn't go to everything. I didn't have a daddy on the board. What I had was grit, caffeine, and the ability to make things arrive on time even when the universe said no. You want numbers? Fine. In 2013, this company was a week away from bankers. I remember the meeting like it's tattooed behind my eyes. Gray suits, sweaty armpits, someone crying into a budget spreadsheet. Our supplier from Nevada, Brand Corps Alloys, was about to pull the plug unless we could guarantee $10 million in raw materials. No bank would touch us, not even the local credit union that gave us free pens at the door. So I stood up, cleared my throat, and said, what if I did? The room went dead quiet. I'd like to pretend I sounded noble. I probably sounded insane, but I'd crushed the numbers. I knew that pipeline, and I just paid off my house. A clause was written. Clause 14C. If I personally guaranteed the supply chain, the shipments would continue. If I ever left the company, the guarantee could be pulled at will. They
Do you believe in mirrors?
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
That's pretty good. You actually kind of sound like him.
Ah, there you are. Now, do you believe in mirrors?
What the hell you mean do I believe in mirrors?
Well, you see, I don't believe in mirrors. You want to know why? Because they don't show you who you really are. They just show you what you look like. But when you stand someone up and you put fear right in front of them, well, now
knew he could do it.
I have also accessed messages between mercenary groups regarding plans to deal with the Archangel. There's a recruiting station at Afterlife that may have information on
Come on now. Don't play dumb. You're an idiot, but you're not dumb. What the fuck you talking about? Here, you know what? Since you don't remember, maybe your pal Bradley can help jog your memory.
Come on, let me in. Ari's expecting me.
Bingo. If you might want to take a look at it.
It seems like everyone's rushing around.
What are you looking at?
Don't you have something better to do than pick fights with people you don't know?
No, just the ones who get in my face.
You see my gun. You really want to do this?
Fine. You're off the hook. For now. See you around.
That's close enough.
Stand still.
Pokeballs out.
If you're looking for weapons, you're not doing a very good job.
Can't be too careful with dead specters. That could be anyone wearing your face.
I was told you're the person to talk to if I have questions.
They're clean.
Depends on the questions.
You run Omega?
I am Omega. But you need more. Everyone needs more something, and they all come to me. I'm the boss, CEO, queen, if you're feeling dramatic. Doesn't matter. Omega has no title ruler and only one rule. Don't fuck with Aria.
I like it. Easy to remember.
If you forget, someone will remind you.
Then I toss your sorry ass out the nearest airlock.
So, what can I do for you?
So you must know what's what on Omega.
Everything that's worth knowing. I don't usually give it out freely. Information is power. Mundane things you can find yourself. Take a walk in a back alley or buy one of the mercs a drink. Better yet, talk to the entertainers. They give great tours. Just don't waste my time.
Tell me how you got set up here.
That's as privileged as information gets. I have many friends and enemies I keep at varying distances. I don't count you among either. We'll see how useful you prove. Short answer? Mind your own damn business.
One scan and we're straight to business. People are usually more concerned about who I am.
Your death was downplayed, but hardly what I call a secret. I told you it was really you. You could have been anyone, anything. Whatever you need will come out on its own. I'm curious. Omega doesn't really care about you.
I'm trying to track down Archangel.
You and half of Omega. You want him dead too?
Why is everyone after him?
He thinks he's fighting on the side of good. There is no good side to Omega. Everything he does pisses someone off. It's catching up to him?
Just the kind of guy I'm looking for.
Really? Well, aren't you interesting? You're gonna make some enemies teaming up with Archangel. That's assuming you can get to him. He's in a bit of trouble right now.
What kind of trouble?
The local merc groups have joined forces to take him down. They've got him cornered, but it sounds like they're having trouble finishing him off. They've started hiring anybody with a gun to help them.
Could be opportunity to get close. Need guns. Wait, no, have guns. Excellent.
They're using a private room for recruiting. Just over there. I'm sure they'll sign you up.
What can you tell me about Archangel?
Not as much as I'd like. He showed up here several months ago and started causing all sorts of problems. If you make your own laws, which everyone here does, he makes life difficult. He's reckless and idealistic, but he seems to know enough to stay clear of me.
Which merc groups are after Archangel?
Blue Suns, Eclipse, Blood Pack. They're Omega's major players. Unless they're at war, you'll never see them together. But one thing they hate more than each other is Archangel.
Do you hate Archangel?
I don't have time for hate, but I distrust them all equally. For now, I'm happy just to let them kill each other.
I appreciate the help.
See if you still feel that way when the mercs realize you're here to help them.
Sounds like I don't have much time to waste.
You've got all the time in the world. Archangel? Not so much.
You'll get paid when the job's done, just like everyone else. Who's next?
What was your name and badge number?
Well, aren't you sweet? You're in the wrong place, honey. Strippers' quarters are that way.
Yes, you do.
Show me yours, tough guy. I bet mine's bigger.
Impressive. So, you're here to fight them?
Sure, if this is the place to go after Archangel.
This is the place. Standard fee is 500 credits each. You get paid when the job's done. If you die, your friends don't collect your share. You'll need your own weapons and armor. Looks like you got that covered. And no, this does not make you a member of the Blue Suns, Eclipse, or the Blood Pack. You are a freelancer, period. Any questions?
Why are the mercs working together to take down Archangel?
You haven't been on Omega long, huh? He does everything he can to screw with us. Shipments go missing. Operations are compromised. Every month it gets worse. Tarek and the other bosses are tired of losing credits. And men.
Is he a heavy hitter? How many merc bosses are involved in this attack?
Yeah, Tarek runs the Blue Suns, but all three bosses are overseeing the operation. Jarrett's leading the Eclipse and guards the head of the Blood Pack. Tarek's in charge, but the others would never say that. I'm surprised they're in on this at all, but I guess getting rid of Archangel was worth it.
What do we do once we're there? How do we get to Archangel?
The mercs will tell you when you get there. Last I heard, they were putting the freelancers into scouting groups. They attack in waves to distract Archangel while we try to get past his defenses.
So we're just fodder for his bullets?
If you don't like it, don't sign up. But if you do your job right, it's easy credits. Besides, what are the odds he can kill all of you?
Seems like a lot of trouble for just one guy.
You had a whole team, but we dealt with them. Now he's just one guy. But he's got the advantage. It's his base of operations and he knows we're coming. He's planned for an attack like this. Lost a lot of men trying to get to him already.
It's gonna be tough to get to him.
Like chasing a Vorch out of the sewer pipes. But that's where we're recruiting. If we just keep throwing fighters at him, we'll get him eventually.
Where's the attack taking place?
Archangel's base of operations. He's been hiding right under our noses. I can't tell you exactly where you're going, but we'll get you there.
Involving his son or the need for CPS intervention, the counselors knew nothing either, and even the school resource officer.
Where do we go?
Just head over to the transport depot outside the club. One of our boys will take you from there. Send in the next one.
Hey, is this where I sign up?
You look a little young to be freelancing as a merc.
I'm old enough. I grew up on Omega. I know how to use a gun.
A 5-year-old can figure out how to use a gun.
I can handle myself. Besides, I just spent 50 credits on this pistol, and I want to use it.
Get your money back.
Hey, what are you...
Trust me, kid. You'll thank me later.
Alright, restroom, coffee, right back. Hang tight. Alright, so I am obviously back.
I designed at my previous company. Not inspired by, not similar to.
I'm on the mission.
I hope you're ready. Archangel's been annihilating you freelancers.
When I brought this to Rebecca's
Ready
attention,
when you are.
she waved it off like a minor technical detail. IP considerations are handled by legal, she said, not looking up from her phone. Just focus on making it work better. That's when I started documenting everything. Every system I built, every algorithm I designed, every architectural decision I made. I filed patents under my own name, carefully ensuring they covered the core innovations I was developing for Apex. It was my insurance policy, a digital paper trail that would protect my work if things went south. And things were definitely heading south. The platform I built for them was elegant, scalable, and light years ahead of anything their previous team had cobbled together. I redesigned their database architecture, implemented real-time data synchronization across multiple servers, and created a security framework that could handle millions of concurrent users. It was the kind of work that wins industry awards and changes company valuations. Rebecca took credit for all of it. In board meetings, she presented my architectural diagrams as her strategic vision. She spoke eloquently about her platform design, using technical terms she'd clearly memorized without understanding. The CEO, a finance guy named Marcus Webb, who thought HTML was a type of sandwich, ate it up. Rebecca's leadership on this platform initiative has been transformational, he announced during the quarterly.
It's about time they sent me someone who looks like they can actually fight.
Accepting praise for work.
They tell you what we're up against?
Sanity and most of my personal relationships.
The recruiter was a little vague.
We wouldn't get many hires if everyone knew the truth. Archangel's holed up in a building at the end of the boulevard over there. He's got superior position, and the only way in is over a very exposed bridge. It's a killing ground, but he's getting tired, making mistakes. We'll have him soon enough.
I'll get to him. Just point me at that bridge.
I like your attitude, but we've got a plan in place. You'll be on a distraction team. Head straight over the bridge and keep Archangel busy so the infiltration team can sneak in behind him.
That's gonna have suicide.
Pretty much. But you look like you can handle it. Head up to the boulevard and get to the third barricade. Talk to Sergeant Kafka. He'll tell you when to go in.
So the bridge is the only way to his hideout?
Exactly. Archangel collapsed all the underground passageways and sealed the doors to the lower levels. We've got teams digging, but it's taking too long. If they can get the gunship flying again, that'll help. But I'm hoping the infiltration team will finish the job and we can all go home.
Database and ran a search on the core technologies underlying their platform. Patent US 9847291B2, distributed authentication protocol for multi-tenant systems. Inventor, Lisa Chen, filed 8 months ago, granted 3 weeks ago. Patent US 985.
They were using a gunship to take out one guy?
Yeah, and Archangel shut it down. He didn't destroy it, but he knew just where to hit it to disable it. It wasn't even a fair fight. At least not for us.
Where's the infiltration team now?
On the far side of the bridge near his hideout, but they can't get any closer without being seen.
How'd they get that close without being seen?
More distractions. Tarek used a gunship to keep Archangel busy. We were able to sneak a few men into his hideout before he took it down, but they're stuck there. We need to keep Archangel focused on the bridge, so he doesn't find them and wipe them out.
What do you know about Archangel?
I'm the wrong guy to ask. I just do logistics. Tarek and the other road bosses have been dealing with him for a while now. But don't be surprised if they're not thrilled about talking to a freelancer.
Rebecca's way of cleaning house before the acquisition talks got serious.
I better go find Sergeant
Good
Kafka.
idea. Watch yourself on the boulevard. Archangel's killed dozens out there already.
What she didn't anticipate was that
Well, we might have a way in, but getting out could be interesting.
she was trying to sell. I didn't fight
Let's find him first. Then we'll figure out how to get back.
I simply cleaned out my desk, said goodbye to the few colleagues who knew what I'd actually contributed, and walked out with a serene smile that probably confused everyone who witnessed it. 3 days later, I retained Margaret Kim, a patent attorney whose reputation for aggressive IP litigation was legendary in Silicon Valley. She reviewed my documentation with the focused intensity of a surgeon examining an X-ray. This is airtight, she said, spreading the patent applications across her conference table like a winning poker hand. You filed these while employed at Apex.
Shepard, I scanned the area, but I am unable to plot any other paths to Archangel. Guess we're going with the Mercs. The heavy mechs and gunship possess considerable firepower. Weakening them before leaving will improve your chances.
The kind of smile that made opposing counsel update their resumes. If they proceed with the acquisition based on technology they don't own, we're talking about patent.
As the first wave goes in, the infiltration team will attempt to take Archangel by surprise.
Shut down their entire platform. And if they try to claim ownership based on my employment contract, I've reviewed the contract. The IP clause only covers work explicitly assigned by the company. These patents were filed for innovations you developed independently, even if you later implemented them in their systems. She paused, studying the documents. Did they ever formally assign you to develop these specific technologies?
I don't expect much from the freelancers. When you need something?
No specific.
You lead the Eclipse?
Figure that out by yourself. I'm Jarrett. I run Omega's Eclipse. What do you need, freelancer?
So the infiltration team is the main focus of the attack.
Tarek's plan, not mine. He doesn't want to lose any more men, so he's throwing you freelancers at the problem. Archangel's not going anywhere, so I suppose there's no harm in trying. Who knows? Maybe you'll get it lucky.
So you're just gonna hide here while the freelancers get killed?
Precisely. You're paid to be a distraction, nothing more. Whether you survive or not is up to you.
Why are Eclipse on Omega in the first place?
Since you care so much, Eclipse controls almost 20% of Omega. Our transports and mechs keep the EZO moving.
Sounds very organized.
Eclipse runs like a well-oiled machine, but Omega is anything but organized. It's a constant battle for control. Then Archangel comes along and complicates things even more.
Why does Archangel give you so much trouble?
Ask him. I'm just here to make as much money as I can. We didn't come to Omega to be constrained by laws and regulations. He'll regret ever coming to Omega, I promise you.
Seems like this is personal for you.
He raided one of my transports last month, killed 2 of my best operatives. One of them was my brother, so yes, it's pretty damn personal.
What do you know about Archangel?
His life expectancy is shortening quickly.
Is that it? Nobody seems to know anything about him.
Look around, you'll learn what you need to know. He's smart, he's resourceful, and he's dangerous. We've got him cornered. He won't be making fools of us next month. Can I assist you further?
Where did he come from? Who is he?
Even his team didn't know that. Maybe we'll know more once we have his body. Of course, it really won't matter then.
I stirred my coffee slowly.
I'll get going.
Good idea.
Patterns that reminded me of cloud server architectures. That would depend on the terms and on whether Apex wants to acknowledge the actual source of their technological innovations. What followed was the most expensive game of corporate chicken in Silicon Valley history. Apex initially tried to claim that my patents were invalid because I developed the technology while in their employ. Their lawyers filed challenges with the patent office, arguing that I'd used company resources and time to develop innovations that rightfully belonged to Apex. Margaret demolished their arguments with surgical precision. She produced time-stamped documentation showing I'd begun developing these concepts before joining Apex. Email threads where I'd proposed these innovations to previous employers who rejected them.
That should slow him down.
Personal projects that predated my
Anyone who activates that thing will get blown the hell up. Friend or foe.
Margaret wrote in our response. Ms. Chan brought these innovations to Apex as part of her expertise, not as work for hire development. The company benefited from her knowledge and skills, but that does not transfer ownership of
You're
her
in the
intellectual
wrong
property.
place, freelancer.
Nova's acquisition
You the Blood Pack leader?
Dave's gone. That's all you need to know. I'm stuck here waiting till you freelancers are done playing war. Ask your questions and go.
When did the Blood Pack attack?
Damn Tarek wants us to wait. I hate waiting. But he says the Sons have a plan, and they don't want us getting in their way. We're supposed to wait until the Eclipse send their mechs. We'll see.
Why are the Blood Pack on Omega?
We're the muscle on this bloody station. You need protection or want someone removed, talk to us. The Blood Pack are everywhere on Omega. Everybody loves us, and everybody hates us.
I'm guessing Archangel mostly just hates you.
He's just an uptight asshole. I don't really care what he thinks. But he's costing me men and making me work for my money. I'll be the one to take him out today. You watch. I'm the only one who's fought him one-on-one.
What do you know about Archangel?
He's a pain in the ass. He's a Turian, which makes him slightly worse to look at than you. And he's brave, till he realizes you're more than he bargained for.
Sounds like you've had personal experience.
He tried to take me down once. Waited till I was alone. Longest damn fight of my life, but I held him off till my men showed up. He wasn't so tough after that. We chased him over half of Omega. Almost had him, but the slippery bastard snuck away before we could pin him down.
I should get going.
About
She was
time.
direct, honest, and understood the value of technical innovation. More importantly, she didn't try to minimize my contributions or make business decisions more personal. What kind of timeline are we talking about? I asked. 6 months to full implementation, assuming we can start next quarter. I nodded slowly. August. The shot came when I made my decision public. Margaret issued a press release announcing that Lisa Chen, former senior platform architect at Apex Dynamics, had granted exclusive licensing rights for her patented technologies to Technova Corporation. The licensing deal was valued at $45 million upfront plus ongoing royalties. Apex's platform, meanwhile, was now running on unlicensed patented technology. They had 30 days to secure their own licensing agreement or face patent infringement litigation. The financial implications hit Apex like a freight train carrying bad quarterly earnings. Their IPO plans evaporated overnight. The Technova acquisition was officially dead. Their platform, which they'd marketed as their primary asset, was now a legal liability. Rebecca Sterling called again. Lisa, you're destroying the company. There are hundreds of employees who depend on these jobs. You should have thought about that before treating your employees as disposable. You said this wasn't personal, Rebecca. I decided to make it profitable instead. The licensing negotiations took 2 months. Apex had no choice but to pay market rates for technology they'd been using for free. The total cost, $38 million upfront, plus annual licensing fees of $2.4 million. But the real cost was larger. Without the Technova acquisition, Apex had to seek alternative funding. They eventually sold to a private equity firm for a fraction of the original offer, $89 million instead of $400 million. Rebecca Sterling was quietly removed from her position during the restructuring. Her LinkedIn profile now lists her as an independent business consultant, which is corporate speak for unemployed. Marcus Webb, the CEO, resigned 6 months later amid shareholder lawsuits over the failed acquisition. He's now selling insurance in Phoenix. As for me, Technova offered me a position as chief technology officer, leading the integration of my patented technologies into their enterprise platform. The salary was triple what Apex had paid me, plus equity stakes and recognition as the inventor of the systems that would drive their next generation products. I accepted. My new office has windows overlooking San Francisco Bay. On my desk sits a framed copy of the patent certificate for US 9847291B2, distributed authentication protocol that Rebecca Sterling once dismissed as a minor technical detail. Next to it is a printout of her termination email, the one that told me my dismissal wasn't personal. Sometimes the most personal thing you can do is prove that business decisions have consequences.
This looks interesting.
Rebecca Sterling wanted to treat technical talent as disposable resources. I showed her how expensive disposable could be. She said it wasn't personal. I made it cost millions. And every morning when I look at that patent certificate, I remember that the best revenge isn't anger
What do
or
you want,
spite. It's
freelancer?
proving that intellectual property isn't just about innovation. It's about recognizing that the people who build the future deserve to have their piece of it. Technology companies rise and fall based on the talents they attract.
Somebody get me those damn blueprints!
Become someone else's treasure. Because
Get this freelancer out of here. I don't have time for this shit.
respect your engineers.
I just have a few questions about the operation.
Get this gun out of my face.
IP policies, ensuring proper attribution
Sarah,
for employee
what's seat in
innovations.
your ass?
Rebecca Sterling's name became a cautionary tale in business.
You know this asshole, Zaid?
We work together once.
Since when do you work for so little?
Since when are you a goddamn madman?
You're talking to disgusting too. Almost did already.
That bad, huh?
Worse. Looks like it. I gotta deal with this shit. Gent, talk to these guys. Answer whatever questions they have. Good to see you. And who knows? Maybe you'll solve my problem for me.
Anything's possible.
Good thing you know him. Eric hates having to hire freelancers. He doesn't trust anyone outside the Blue Suns.
You don't say.
Pokeballs out.
What do the Blue Suns do on Omega?
We supply goods to a lot of the groups and factions here.
Goods?
Weapons, mechs, machinery, you name it, we can get it. We also broker deals between factions. You wouldn't know it to look at him now, but Tarek can be quite a negotiator.
How did Archangel get the Blue Suns so mad at him?
He harasses and hounds us constantly. We worry that every job is a trap now. Does he know where this meeting is? Will this shipment suddenly disappear? How many men will we lose this time? Tarek's had enough. I don't blame him.
What's Tarek gonna do if the infiltration team fails?
To start, he'll shoot any freelancers that are still alive. After that, he'll let Eclipse and the Blood Pack take their shots. I suggested we work together, but he doesn't trust the other groups.
What if Archangel survives all the attacks? Then you sons are on your own.
That's why Tarek wants that gunship fixed so badly. But it won't come to that. Archangel's good, but he can't hold out that long. He's already been in there over a day.
What do you know about Archangel?
He's a Turian vigilante who thinks killing mercs is a fun way to pass the time. Other than that, he's a mystery. He shows up, usually at the worst possible time, and screws with our work. He can't die soon enough, if you ask me.
Why do you hate him so much?
He went after Tarek. At his home. Almost got him. Tarek's been on edge ever since, and he's making my life a living hell. Second guesses every damn thing I do. Getting the other merc bands to help us shows you just how desperate he is. They're as bad as Archangel.
We better get going.
Good idea. Make sure you check in with Kafka.
You'll report to Kafka.
I'm looking for Sergeant Kafka.
You and me both, lady. He's over there working on the gunship. You go over the bridge when he gives the word. We'll talk to him if you want. I'm in no hurry.
I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Watch out!
Kafka?
Sergeant Kafka. You must be the group Salky mentioned. You're just in time.
Salky?
You met him when you were dropped off. He radioed to say you were coming. You three kind of stand out from most of the other freelancers. Anyway, the infiltration team is about to give us the signal. Archangel won't know what hit him. Got any questions? This may be your last chance.
Are you gonna give us cover with the gunship?
Tarek is the only one who flies her. Besides, she's not quite ready. That bastard Archangel gave her a beating last time she was out there. With a few more tweaks, she'll be as good as new.
Why are you coordinating the attack and fixing gunships?
I'm in the infiltration group. Our team coordinates with the gunship. I'm staying back to organize the freelancers and make sure the gunship's ready to go if we need it.
So our plan is to jump the wall and head for Archangel's building?
I'll try not to get killed too fast. You're only a distraction, as long as you're alive. You don't have to make it all the way across. Just keep Archangel watching that bridge. The infiltration team will do the rest.
How will the infiltration team get to Archangel?
We've got two options. They trap him in close quarters and finish the bastard off face to face. If that doesn't work, they have explosives. They'll just need time to set up.
So our plan is to jump the wall
Try not to. You don't have to make it all. Just keep Archangel watching that bridge. The infiltration team.
So the bridge is the only way in?
Until the gunship's working again or the blasters finish with the tunnels. Look, we got a plan. We don't need you trying to come up with any great ideas. Just do your damn job, collect your credits, and go home.
Are you leading the assault?
Ha! Tarek doesn't pay me to fight. I just plan the attacks and fix the damn gunship. You freelancers get the privilege of it.
Targets in sight. Where a go?
Check. Bravo team, Go, go, go! Archangel's got quite a surprise waiting for him. That means no more waiting for me. Gotta get her back to 100% before Tarek decides he needs her again.
You're working too hard.
Doesn't look like Archangel's got much time.
What the hell are we waiting for?
Come on, we'll give these guys a surprise of our own.
Incoming!
Hostile down.
There!
Florida Statute 901.151 states that you only have the ID if you're suspected of a crime. We all know this. There is no statute that states
This should come in handy.
ID. Also,
Hostiles incoming.
the case law, Johnson versus Narco or NOCO, was the wrong case law. There is no case law stating that a passenger must show ID to police in the absence of a crime. She's detained.
Lock shields.
And case law is set. It's present. It's present. Okay? So there's nothing that you're gonna read that says that what she's going to jail for is for resisting without violence because she failed to produce a driver's license or identification
Archangel?
or obstruction of crime not to. They fall underneath the same statute or in the same category. What she's being charged with is that what case law means is the interpretation of what they're supposed to have. Because she was sitting past the president and she didn't give them her ID, so they just arrested her. We're not giving them her ID.
Shepard. I thought you were dead.
Garrus, what are you doing here?
Just keeping my skills. A little target practice.
You okay?
Been better, but it sure is good to see a friendly face. Killing monks is hard work, especially on my own.
What are you doing out here on Omega?
I got fed up with all the bureaucratic crap on the Citadel. Figured I could do more good on my own. At least it's not hard to fight criminals here. All I have to do is point my gun and shoot.
How'd you manage to piss off every major merc organization in the Terminus systems?
It wasn't easy. I really had to work at it. I am amazed that the team doesn't fight me. Must really hate me.
He was upset because they did not comply with his unlawful request.
Since when did you start calling yourself Archangel?
It's just a name the locals gave me for all my good deeds. I don't mind it, but please, it's just Garrus.
You nailed me good a couple times, by the way.
Concussive rounds only, no harm done. Didn't want the mercs getting suspicious.
Uh-huh.
If I wanted to do more than take your shields down, I'd have done it. Besides, you were taking your sweet time. I needed to get you moving.
Well, we got here, but I don't think getting out will be as easy.
No, it won't. That bridge has saved my life, funneling all those witless idiots into scope. But it works both ways. They'll slaughter us if we try to get out that way.
We can't just sit here and wait for them to come to us.
It's not all that bad. This place has held them off so far. And with 3 of you, I suggest we hold this location, wait for a crack in their defenses, take our chances. It's not a perfect plan, but it's a plan.
How'd you let yourself get into this position?
My feelings got in the way of my better judgment. It's a long story. I'll make you a deal. You get me out if you're alive, and I'll tell you the whole damn thing.
If we fight as a team, we'll hold them off.
You're right. Their numbers won't help them in here anyway. Let's see what they're up to. Looks like they know their infiltration team failed. Take a look. Scouts. Eclipse, I think.
More than scouts. One less now, though.
Indeed. We better get ready. I'll stay up here. I can do a lot of damage from this vantage point. You can do what you do best. Just like old times, Shepard. Let's give these bastards everything.
Don't stand drop! I've got him! Not that one!
All right, let's see how you handle this, Archangel. Go!
Sending out the heavy mix. That problem should take care of itself.
Firing concussive shots!
There we go!
Time to get hot. Scratch one! What's left to worry about? Got him!
A citation. Each one knew he was upset because they did not comply.
Looks like that's all of them. Come find me before they regroup.
No state law, no case law states that the passenger must ID.
So there's a creator on this app, and I won't name her name. But last night I'm scrolling on my For You page, and I come across a video of a girl at my gym. And the caption says, just go find your man.
You're kicking ass, Shepard. They barely touched me. And we got Jareth in the process. I've been hunting out the bastard for months.
Why were you after him?
He's been shipping tainted Ezo all over Citadel space. Half the goods I seized back at CSEC came from his team here on Omega. I took out a big shipment a while back and killed his top lieutenant in the process. Not surprised he decided to work with the other mercs after that.
We've still got blood pack and blue suns left. Think we can make a break for it?
Maybe. Let's see what they're up to. They've reinforced the other side, heavily, but they're not coming over the bridge yet. What are they waiting for?
What the hell was that?
Damn it. They breached the lower level. Well, they had to use their brains eventually. You'd better get down there, Shepard. I'll keep the bridge clear.
I didn't come all this way to let you die. We'll split up 2 and 2. Keep one of my team here.
You sure? Who knows what you'll find down there?
Zaid, stay with Garrus. Keep him alive.
Roger that.
Thanks, Shepard. You better get going.
How do I get to the basement?
Go down a level. The basement door's on the west side of... I'll radio to... Good luck.
Sure thing. Follow me.
God damn it!
Taking some fire, Shepard. Time to get those damn shutters open.
I've got him!
Taking some fire, Shepard. Time to get those damn shutters open.
She's way.
Not gonna cut it.
It's getting more aggressive.
Going to ground.
Excuse me. I turned.
Shut down.
His expression carried urgency.
Get back here, Shepard. They're coming in through the doors.
Rip them to shreds! Watch my back. I'll deal with Archangel.
Screaming. Dayla and Curtis came outside on the lawn, yelling back that everything was fine. Just a night. But that wasn't a nightmare. That was terror. What did you do?
Where'd he go?
Back up.
Thanks, Shepard. They hardly got through. And we took out Garm and his blood pact. This day just gets better and better. He was one tough son of a bitch.
You fought with him before?
Yeah, we tangled once. Caught him alone, none of his gang to help him. Still couldn't take him out. Never seen a Krogan regen that fast. He's a freak of nature. He just kept at it until his Vorcha showed up. It was close, but I had to let him go. Not this time.
Only the Blue Suns are left. I say we take our chances and fight our way out.
I think you're right. Tarek's got the toughest group, but nothing we haven't faced before. Besides, he won't be expecting us to meet him head-on.
Look out! Damn it! I thought I checked that thing out already.
They fixed it, but not completely. I made sure of that.
Offloading food. What?
Combination of sedatives and cardiac medication. The dose was potentially lethal. She's been unconscious for most of the week. The words landed like physical blows. My daughter and son.
You're back.
shot.
We're getting you out of here, Garrus. Just hold on. Radio Joker, make sure they're ready for us.
He's not gonna make it.
$120,000 in gambling losses. Their mortgage is 2 months overdue. Foreclosure proceedings started last week. And Dayla knew all this. She called your estate attorney 4 weeks before the poisoning. Asked about proving timelines. When someone dies in testate versus with a will. Marcus paused. That's not curiosity, Otis. That's planning. From the coffee shop, I drove to James Walker's office downtown.
Commander, we've done what we could for Garrus, but he took a bad hit. The doc's corrected with surgical procedures and some cybernetics. Best we can tell, he'll have full functionality, but...
Shepard?
Tough son of a bitch. Didn't think he'd be up yet.
Somebody would give me a meal. How bad is it?
Hell, Garrus, you were always ugly. Slap some face paint on there and no one will even notice.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Damn it, my face is barely holding together as it is.
I love Garrus.
Facial scar is attractive. Most of those women are from it.
You want a no contest clause? I want it today. I'll wait. Back home that evening, Vivian sat in our living room, discharged.
Frankly, I'm more worried about you. Cerberus, Shepard. You remember those sick experiments they were doing?
That's why I'm glad you're here, Garrus. I'm walking into hell. I want someone I trust at my side.
You realize this plan has me walking into hell, too. Just like old times. I'm fit for duty whenever you need me, Shepard. I'll settle in and see what I can do with the forward batteries.
Vivian straightened, something hardening in her expression. What's the next step? I explained Walker's strategy. Vivian listened, then nodded once. Do it. Friday morning, I called Dayla. She answered on the second ring, voice carefully proud. Dad, how's Mom doing? I've been so worried.
Actually, no, I need to go to the tech lab. That's where I do this stuff.
We need to work through what happened. A pause. Of course, Saturday works. After I hung up, I signed the authorization for Walker's lawsuit. Monday morning, Dayla and Curtis would be served with papers. But first, I wanted to see their faces when they thought they'd gotten away with it. The civil complaint sat on my desk. 38 pages of allegations. $2 million in compensatory and punitive damages for attempted murder. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Medical expenses approaching $200,000. Walker's voice came through the speakerphone. We file within the hour. Once the process server delivers this, there's no walking it back. File it. The call came 3 hours later from Dayla. I let it ring before answering. $2 million.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
This is insane. It was an accident. Mom took those pills herself. I let her continue with the same rehearsed explanation she'd given the detective. You had a choice that night, Dayla. When your mother was screaming for help, you chose to let her suffer. Now you'll answer for that choice in court. You're destroying your family. Family doesn't let family die for inheritance money. I ended the call. 20 minutes later, Curtis called. His voice came out careful, trying to negotiate. Otis, listen, I know this looks bad, but we can work this out.
those dirty buggers pay. What can we do for you, Commander?
Are you set up
Outside
okay?
of those T6.
I bet you could find
Anything else?
Carry on.
Will do, Commander.
Could have sworn he'd be in there. That's where Jack goes.
Rupert, something different with tonight's meal. Seems like you put in more food and less ass.
Yeah, keep talking.
My phone started ringing. Friends, former colleagues, all with carefully worded questions. Richard Martinez, retired judge.
Shepard,
have you considered that
need me for something?
Have you got any upgrade ideas?
A few, yeah.
Is it possible Vivian's memory was affected by the trauma? The media campaign was working. Tuesday afternoon, I ran into Thomas Kirby at the grocery store.
Shepard.
Talk to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need me.
I read about everything. Have you thought about mediation?
Shepard.
Sometimes these family things
Need me for something?
Have you got any upgrade ideas?
My current upgrade.
Have the Cerberus
I think being part of the team that took down Saren got me some points. Everyone I talk to is polite anyway. Don't worry, Commander. We're all working together.
What can you tell me about the Normandy's armaments?
The weapons upgrades have gone in beautifully. This thing packs a hell of a punch. Just might give us a chance against the Collectors.
During this morning's interview, he said, it was my idea to solve our financial problems, okay? But Dela agreed. She knew.
Have you got a minute?
Sure. Just checking the weapon system. You can never be too careful. I thought I'd seen every weapon in the galaxy in our fight against Saren. Mercenary work showed me otherwise. And now Cerberus rebuilds the Normandy with a few upgrades to boot. I wish we'd joined up with them sooner.
We haven't joined Cerberus. They're funding our mission. That's all.
Relax, Shepard. Just a figure of speech. I can't exactly doubt your judgment. Not after I got my own squad killed.
What did your Merc squad do? Didn't sound like you were available for hire.
You saw Omega. It was full of thugs kicking the helpless. I formed my team to kick back. We weren't mercenaries. At least nobody was paying us. We made money by taking down slavers, pirates, or gangs that went too far.
It sounds like you were just another gang.
Then I'm saying it wrong. We didn't shake anyone down. No civilian casualties. That was our rule. Every member of my team had lost someone to Omega's gangs. We weren't out to get rich. We were out to make those bastards think twice before murdering someone in the street.
Doesn't sound like you made any friends with the gangs.
I got 3 separate merc bands to work together to take me down. My manager at CSEC would be impressed. It was simple. We'd hit their shipments, disrupt activities, get under their skin, make them angry. They'd come charging right into our well-prepared kill zone, crossfire and snipers, clean and surgical. They never stood a chance.
How'd you end up fighting mercenaries here on Omega?
I trained to become a Spectre after the Normandy was destroyed, but it didn't work out. Too much politicking at the Citadel. Nobody was willing to take risks. Omega was filled with criminals nobody else could touch. There was no red tape to slow me down. It was a perfect fit. People here needed someone to believe in. Someone to stand up to the local thugs.
That explains how you started. How'd you end up with a squad?
Not too different from how you formed your squad to fight Saren, actually. You prove that you get things done, and people join up. Mercs who wanted to atone. Security consultants tired of playing by the rules. I gave them hope. And now they're dead. Shows what I found.
Tell me about your squad.
There were 12 of us, including former military operatives, CSEC agents, the usual. Had a Solarian explosives expert, but was sure he'd spent time in the special tasks group. My tech expert was a veteran, believe it or not the friendliest guy. He could hack any system ever built.
did those mercenary gangs take down your team?
She didn't look back.
It was my own dead fault. One of my people betrayed me. A Turian named Sidonis. He drew me away just before the mercs attacked my squad. Then he disappeared. Everyone except me is dead because of him. Because I didn't see it coming.
I'm not sure I understand. What happened exactly?
Sidonis asked for my help on a job. When I got to the meeting point, nobody was there. By the time I got back to our hideout, the mercs had killed all but 2 of my squad. It didn't last long.
You sure it was a betrayal? Maybe they took Sidonis out first.
No. I put out feelers with some old contacts. He booked transport off Omega just before the attack. He also cleared out his private accounts before he left. He sold me out and ran.
Do you know where Sidonis is now?
No. His trail vanishes after he leaves Omega, but I'll keep hunting. I lost my whole team except for Sidonis. One day I'll find him and correct that. Thanks for coming by, Shepard. I've got some things to take care of.
Because we refused to let them rewrite the story. Vivian turned to face me. Thank you for believing me, for fighting for me, for not letting family loyalty override the truth.
What's this area of the ship?
Gunnery Control Station. The ship's batteries are controlled from here. Combat Information Center operators send targeting information here. The CIC decides who to shoot. Gunnery Control decides how to shoot.
Shepard, need me for something?
What can you tell me about
The weapon. It just might give us a chance against the Calypso. I'll be here if you need me.
So an update on the identity of this woman who vandalized this much older hot dog vendor's stuff, and then when she defended her property, physically assaulted what appears to be an elderly woman. This is definitely one of those videos where I was going to require someone who knows this person to come forward, because we only had like this and that really crappy video of her, and now we have a good idea of who it is, and in my favorite way that it ever happened, which is when they tell on themselves, because this TikTok user decided to do a whole series of videos explaining why she did it. And I think it's funny she doesn't show her face in those videos when her face is full of. But I digress. Here's what she had to say.
No messages for you, Commander.
Oh, it's she did something to defense. And then she says that the only reason we think that that woman's the victim is because she's black. That's crazy. When we saw with her own eyeballs, you viciously beat an elderly woman. But she claims she can't be racist because she's
Pokeballs out.
She says, I didn't ask her about a permit. She doesn't even talk about the story or anything. She says it happened because the old woman was being racist. So you expect us to believe that this woman, every day, all of that stuff out on the street, every single song that she sells,
quarantine reports. The plague has been completely eradicated, Shepard. I have also run searches for reports on Argyle. The various mercenary groups appear to believe that he is dead.
Works for me.
You better get your fucking haircut right, Tyler.
Is your wife or your daughter? 17 years old, man. Well, then stop acting like an idiot. Dude, I'm coming to my wife's work. Now you're going to jail. She's 17 years old, man. Why would you do that to a 17-year-old?
So the stepfather's driving around with a 17-year-old
Alright, so we have upgrades done to damage and shields and things like that. Alright, but I have got to go to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight! All right. I feel better. Oh, hey, look, I get back and there's a Pokepuke in chat. Let's get him.
She made it sound like a business transaction, he said. She probably doesn't know another way to show she cares, I offered, trying to be fair. She literally calculated her return on investment for my father's cancer treatment.
Come on, let me in. Aria's expecting me. Oh.
With Diane beside him and his sons holding his hands, the funeral was standing room only. 40 years of business relationships and genuine friendships.
Aria's expecting me.
I stood with Camden through all of it, and if Bradley shot me dirty looks across the reception, I ignored them. Some things were bigger than her weird territorial issues. The will reading happened 3 weeks later, back at Diane's house with the estate attorney for Whitmore and Beckett. Stuart was legally between Diane, Camden, and Hayes. The business sale proceeds, the investment accounts, the life insurance. Very and sounded like Stuart himself. There's one more thing, the attorney said, pulling out a separate envelope. Stuart set up an education fund 6 months ago. $25,000.
What do you need? This data pad was on one of the mercs going after Archangel. They were coming for you next. Let me see.
I stared at the attorney. I'm sorry, what? Mr. Whitmore was very specific. He said you showed remarkable aptitude for law.
Would someone like to tell me how this information slipped the net?
I'll look into it.
Thanks for the heads up, Chef. Looks like I'll have to do a little cleaning in my organization.
Stuart and I had talked exactly twice about law school. Once at a Christmas dinner when I mentioned maybe and once when he'd asked about the LSAT while everyone else was watching football. I hadn't known he'd been listening. Really listening. That's incredibly generous.
Thanks. Maybe I'll come back later. You do that.
Like a blade. I'm sorry, but this seems inappropriate. She's not.
Aria has a job she needs doing. You up for some work?
That depends on what Arya has in mind.
Aria's gotten word that some blood-packed mercs plan to kill an old acquaintance of hers, a Krogan named Patriarch. She'd like you to keep that from happening.
What's the blood pack's problem with Patriarch?
If you've met Patriarch, you know. He can't keep his damn mouth shut. Some people don't appreciate his stories, especially when he dips into non-fiction.
What's Arya's interest in protecting him?
Patriarch was one of her deadliest enemies back in the old days. Now she keeps what's left of him around as a trophy. As long as he lives, he's a perfect example of what happens when you go up against Arya.
Why come to me? Arya's usual muscle not up for the job?
Because Arya said so. What other reason do you need?
People like Arya don't do things without a damn good reason. I want to hear it.
Fine, but I didn't tell you this. Saw me? If it gets out that Arya's protecting Patriarch, well, that can look like a weakness. And some people might want to exploit that. You're not on her payroll, so you helping Patriarch just seems like a random act of kindness.
I'll look into it.
Good. Patriarch's downstairs, likely surrounded by his fans. Get him into hiding until the mercs move on. Come back here when it's done. You'll get your thrill.
I'll be back when the job's done.
Good luck.
We set the date for June and started planning. Diane offered to host the engagement party at Harwell Country Club. For 20 years, we invited family, close friends, a few colleagues, 89 people total, which felt massive to me and perfectly normal to Camden's mother. Bradley and Hayes' attendance was a question mark up until the last minute. Hayes called Camden the planning for the fleet of the new Allied Citadel Bradley still worried about the whole thing. She thinks Dad stopped us by giving Piper money that should have gone to blood family. Did you explain that his estate was split equally between you, me, and Mom, and the education fund was separate money entirely? About 20 times. She's convinced there's some conspiracy. I'm not. And she's been different since that time. More paranoid. Different how? He's hesitating. She's spending a lot. She realized what she said certain nice things after everything worked out for the family.
You said he had a close family.
No idea.
They'll just want revenge.
She promised to behave.
Kill the family first. Then you'll get angry. You come out stupid.
Herself. Ivory and gold everywhere. Flowers that probably cost more than my first car. Champagne that tasted like bottled Starlight. Camden looked devastated.
I'm the Patriarch.
I walked
Aria's
myself and made me
Patriarch.
feel like someone from a movie.
What do you
We'd been
want?
there for about 90 minutes when Bradley made her entrance. She clearly
What do you know about Arya?
Her cheeks were flushed. Her
A
eyes
few
too
centuries ago,
just slightly off
Omega
balance.
was
Hayes
my
followed behind her
rock.
looking exhausted.
When Arya arrived, she had nothing but clothes on her back.
Such a lovely
I thought she was
Must be
Another
nice.
dancer.
Having Diane pay for everything. She offered. I
She
said,
killed half my men and convinced the rest that she could run this place better than I
generous the
did.
Whitmores are.
She came for me here in this bar. We tore this place apart.
I'm fine.
She crushed one of my hearts, shattered half the bones in my body, and left me alive.
What made her decide to leave you alive?
Oh, she doesn't destroy what she can use. She said I could have all my old comforts. I served as her advisor. I knew how things worked. I knew who to lean on, who to smack down, who to smile at. And everyone who respected me saw me beaten, broken. They knew that as strong as I'd been, he was stronger.
Rumor has it some people want you dead. Know anything about that?
Oh, I admit with you. I know things. Old secrets, old grudges. Few floors you can dig up to find bodies. Someone who wanted to weaken Arya might come after me.
Thank God for expensive dresses with bonnets. See, here's the thing about accusing someone of theft in front of 89 witnesses. You should probably make sure your story holds up.
Why do they call you Patriarch?
Like an Asari matriarch, only male. It was Arya's little joke. After she took me down, let me live. Kept me around as an advisor and a trophy.
A Krogan as old as you must have some great stories.
I killed a lot of people, lived well, and was beaten by a small Asari who keeps me around as an example. My time is done. Anyone I killed is long forgotten. The story there are is now.
Some people want you dead. I've been asked to move you to safety.
Of course. Arya wouldn't want me hurt. It would make her look bad. Perhaps Arya's reputation is no longer my concern. Perhaps I will stay. See who thinks me important enough to kill.
Here's an idea. Let me handle the assassins for you.
And so your name grows, while I remain an old man who lets others fight his battle.
No, you remain a powerful warlord with forces at his command, not just Arya's trophy.
Well, you could be my friend, fighting for my honor. If you would do this for me, I would be grateful. I might even be a Krogan again.
She showed me a transfer confirmation that night. Said she'd sent it to Mom. To be fair, she
You
did send it.
return, or have you changed your mind? Shall I see?
I should be going.
New girlfriend seemed like a safe target. I looked at Brentley. What happened to the 15,000 that should have gone to Stuart's care? Where'd it go? Brentley's face had turned the color of old parchment. People were whispering now, the sound building like wind before a storm. The boat, he said suddenly. His eyes were fixed on his wife. You said you'd save money from your design consulting, but you don't have clients anymore. You haven't owned anything. I can explain. Did you steal from my dying mother? His voice cracked on last one. It wasn't stealing.
Out of our way, humans.
You here for Patriarch?
What if we are? Looking for something about it.
Patriarch sent us. Said to do whatever it takes.
Your patriarch's crap. I wasn't aware the old man had one.
You should have done your homework.
Searching for evidence. Even Diane was staring at her with an expression of profound betrayal. You have 30 seconds to leave.
Walking around in this place makes me sick. People still dying, the strong still exploiting the weak.
I'm calling the police and pressing charges for fraud.
A source reports that the attack on the
Human, tell Captain Gabon we can kill anyone today.
You need to pick up your things.
I don't know a Captain Gavhorn. Why would I tell him anything?
Not trust you. Tell Gavhorn we know his tricks. We not kill anyone today.
There seem to be a lot of Vorcha on Omega.
Go away. Talk too much. Gavhorn's thugs get no more. We leave.
Good talking to you.
No more talk. We know Gavhorn's tricks. We leave.
Stayed silent for a long moment after she left. Then someone, one of Camden's college friends, started clapping. Slowly, he closed Bill. Not celebration exactly. More like everyone had been holding tension. They didn't know they carried until it released.
Hello there. Might interest you in some salvage tech? Every credit goes toward a ticket to get me out this forsaken rock.
I buy a lot of parts and equipment. Maybe we can make an arrangement.
Well, you seem like a decent person, but you can't breathe a word of it to Harry.
Of course.
Then we have a deal. Maybe I'll at least sell something to you.
What brought a nice kid like you to Omega?
My pilgrimage. What money I had got stolen within a few days, so I decided to sell salvage parts. You can see how that turned out. Harrod's forcing me to sell high, and I can't even afford a ticket out this station.
How much do you need to get off Omega?
I still need 1,000 credits to pay my way. But I couldn't let you do that. This is my mistake on my pilgrimage. It's my problem.
Here you go. 1,000 credits. Get out of here.
Thank you. With this, I can finally continue on my pilgrimage. I'm going to buy my ticket right now. Thank you again.
I found myself on the club's terrace, looking out at the Prescott Ridge lights below. Camden joined me, slipping his jacket around my shoulders against the October chill. Hell of an engagement party, he said. Your family must think I'm cursed. My family thinks you're a badass who came prepared to a knife fight. He turned me to face him. You could have let it go. Let her have her tantrum. Pulled her aside later. Handled it quietly. She called me a fraud in front of everyone we loved. Exactly. You had every right to destroy her. But you just presented facts. Clean, clear, irrefutable facts. He kissed my forehead. Dad taught me that the best revenge is being undeniably right. You proved him correct. I've been carrying those receipts for 4 months, I admit. Not because I thought she'd pull something like this. Just because it felt weird at the time. The way she sent the money through mail. Spectacular. Just thanks. Prepared personality, he corrected. There's a difference. We stood there for a while, watching the city lights blur in separate plays. Inside, the party was winding down. I could hear Diane thanking people for coming, hear the clink of glasses being collected. Hayes is filing Monday. I asked him. He called that bang when he went talking about college boys. She's been running in. But it ends up, he thinks she's been gambling all the time. Jesus, don't you? Can't pull me closer. And this way he found out that kids like she can reach you. Some horses. Exactly. Back inside. Instead, thank this one. And sent the cards and congratulations. And a few hands that made me deeply uncomfortable. By the time we got home to our apartment, it was past midnight. I kicked off my heels, dancing dance, Tracy, and stood in the bathroom trying to process what had happened. In 6 hours, I got from the anxious progress to pull a turn to accident. My phone was full of texts from people. 17 messages from friends, 3 from colleagues who turned around somehow. From Diane that just said, "Story was right about you. Get some rest this week." Camden found me sitting on the bathroom floor in my slide, scrolling through the messages. "Come to bed," he said gently. Did I do the right thing?
Commonly known as the consort, has declined to take the next race likely to be
I
against
never imagined. No, he said firmly. She ended her marriage when she stole from a dying man and lied to Roseman for months. You just exposed it. There's a difference. I let it roll me to my feet. Maybe in bed. Lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling while Camden's breathing. My phone died all the time. That's from Hayes. Thank you. You saved me from something I might destroy. Kids, get some sleep. I saved that message. Turned off my phone. Left the meeting.
Killed them all. Everyone knows that the Patriarch is not to be crossed. Thanks to you, Arya may take a years more than a twist. Real advisor. Oh, even
How did you? Your engagement party made the Prescott Ridge.
Use this. Don't ever let anyone think you're weak again.
Showed me a shaky recording
thanks to you. I am a Krogan. By the way, be careful with ours. It will prove what you've done, I think. Not if you altering the balance of Omega.
Football's out.
To speak with you. She heard you took on the blood pack assassin.
Word has it that Patriarch's Krant took out the men sent here to kill him. Funny, I didn't know he had a Krant.
I guess you're working on old information.
Well, no one would dare cross him with such a powerful Krant standing in front. It's not what I asked, but you got the job done. You've done a lot for me, Shepard. Let me return the favor. We're sending you coordinates to a cache on an uncharted world. You want it? It's yours.
What's the catch?
No catch, I don't need it, and I don't want it to go to waste. Whatever you find is yours to deal with.
Sounds like you and Patriarch have a history.
Our history is Omega's history. Long, bloody, and always ending. The details are complicated. When I arrived, Omega was lawless, a land of opportunity. I built alliances and destroyed the fools who wouldn't get in line, which was smart. But Patriarch was something different. A powerful fighter.
I assume you decided he was too strong, even as an ally.
No. He cast the first stone. Wasn't a surprise when he turned. He controlled the muscle, my people contributed more subtle action. Espionage, politics, assassination. Fortunately for me, his men had become accustomed to certain benefits with the Asari.
Sounds like you changed the rules and the battlefield.
Krogan nature made it easy for us to take advantage. Patriarch's men abandoned him in droves. In the end, we fought face to face on this very spot. Toughest fight of my life. But of course I won.
Patriarch doesn't sound like something an Asari would come up with.
I found it humorous. He wanted power. And we pretended he had it with a word that doesn't exist for my people. I eventually found a certain respect for the title and the man.
So you kept him around as a trophy?
I did. A trophy and an example. Whenever someone thought about taking me on, I pointed them to Patriarch. Dignity is one of the few commodities not available to Omega.
Interesting. But let's move on.
Do you need something else?
One scan and we're straight to business.
Your death was down. Whatever you need will come out on its own. I'm curious. Omega doesn't care about you.
We friendly enough to talk about who you were before Omega?
You're reaching back centuries, Shepard. Long before anything that should matter to you.
So why keep it secret?
No reason, from your perspective. But there are plenty of people out there with long memories. I've had a few careers, a few names. Commando training, mercenary leanings. I've kept what was valuable and dropped the baggage.
I thought you were in charge. Why so scared of your past?
I have nothing to fear on Omega. It doesn't mean I want to broadcast my past to the galaxy. You'd be surprised how long some entities can hold a grudge. This little exercise with Patriarch? A footnote. Not even the first Krogan I've pissed off.
You're important, but also isolated. No other allies out there to back you up?
I lean toward a particular type of work. It tends to encourage professional rivalry. Sometimes you'd rather disappear than be forced to kill someone.
He couldn't have started here with nothing. He must have been someone important.
I've always been important, even if others didn't recognize it. So yes, I had money to start this operation. I also had creditors who thought they were more entitled to it. I let them chase a ghost, or several. It's relatively easy to outlive a Solarian, but not their record keeping.
Not to fight the Empire, not to defeat Darth Vader, but to protect something far more important, the future itself.
I showed up to Dad's lavish retirement party, only to hear whispers there's the
All right, I'll drop in.
anything right. Then my stepmother sneered security removed this useless woman. I left silently, moved my $17 million into a trust.
Better luck next time.
56 missed calls and they were
Maybe I'll be here.
Security, remove this useless woman. My stepmother said that into a microphone in front of 200 guests at my father's retirement party. And my father, standing 3 steps away in his custom Tom Ford tuxedo, looked at the floor and said nothing. I walked out. I didn't cry. And within 47 minutes, I canceled every family-funded account, moved $17 million into a trust she never existed, and turned over the phone. My entire family was standing at my front door, but they weren't there to apologize. They were there because
I found the one market, got the guy out of there. Still shit there to buy. I'll get to it eventually. I don't really have the money to buy it all right now.
I like the CJ towns. They're prettier. They value their life. They don't have god-awful neon everywhere, like Helium or the Citadel. Just the light of people living, moving from place to place. Just enough to know people live there.
This looks interesting.
Witnesses report seeing her alive on Omega.
11 months before the retirement party, I was sorting through a battered box of my mother's things I'd carried through every move since childhood. Inside were a leather-bound notebook, drafting pencils, a photograph of her standing in front of a half-built house with sawdust in her hair, and at the very bottom, a sealed envelope I'd never noticed.
What do you want?
What's behind this door?
VIP section of the club. For those with the right names. Do you want something?
I'd like to join the party.
This really isn't your kind of place. Afterlife's main floor has lots of drinks and great music. What do you want?
I'd like to join the party.
This really isn't your kind.
Richard Paxton was not a villain. That's what made it so much worse. He was something more complicated. A man who loved me but lacked the courage to show me what it was to make. I had one memory I returned to more than any other. I was 14. Taken up from school and drove me to Metro Beautiful to start being demolished. He was quiet for a long time. Then said, "Your brother would have fought to save your living." It was the last time he mentioned her name. After that, Catherine May Paxton became a ghost in her own house. Her photographs disappeared. Her books were closed. Her name was replaced by reference in every sentence, every tradition, every toast. And my father let it happen. One erasure at a time. His office was on the 14th floor, building on Madison Avenue. On the wall behind his desk, a framed photograph of my mother I'd never seen before. Standing in front of the building with a hard hat and a gray. My mother retained me in 2003. She first put me on dance with me. She moved to ensure my renaissance, specifically the periods she wanted to wear jewelry. We rented a film. They placed a document on the desk, 20 pages, leather-bound. My brother said,
Now I get to go put on my absolute favorite in-game armor.
Nothing to see here.
It's an armor that is in honor of the Dragon Age franchise. In my mind, it's single-handedly the prettiest fucking armor in the whole game.
For a moment, he was somewhere before Diane. Then she... That's sweet, Laura. But we already have the walls full. Meredith commissioned a portrait of your father, oil on canvas, by a real artist. My father set my gift down on a side table. He didn't fight for it. As I was leaving, I heard Diane's voice behind the kitchen door. She's going to make a scene at the party, Richard. Maybe we should prepare security. My father's reply was barely audible. She's my daughter, Diane. And Diane's response was perfectly clear. Exactly. And daughters should know their place. On her desk, I glimpsed a manila folder. Trust amendment draft from a law firm I didn't recognize. I didn't stop, but I saw it and I remembered. Meredith called me the following Saturday. Not to catch up. Meredith never called to catch up, but because she needed a second opinion on her outfit. We met at Bergdorf Goodman, 5th Avenue. The kind of place where the air itself smells expensive. She tried on 7 dresses.
No
in 90
messages for you,
minutes.
Commander.
Oscar de la Renta, Valentino, a beaded Marchesa that cost more than my monthly rent. The total hovered above $12,000. Meredith didn't blink. She handed over a black card linked to the family trust. When I stepped to the counter to pay for a pair of $200 shoes from my own account, the associate looked at my card, then at me, and said, "And you are?" Meredith laughed. Not fully. Exactly. Worse. Absolutely. She's my half-sister. She restores old buildings. Like, physically. With her hands. On the drive home, Meredith delivered the message. Laura, Mom thinks you should give a speech at the party. It's better if you just attend. I didn't answer. I just drove. 1 week before the party, I had lunch with Ellen Marsh, Mother's closest friend. Halfway through, Ellen said, "Laura, is it true you were let go from your job?" Diane had told the garden club that I need strongly.
It's so pretty. Look at this. It looks so good.
She called me the frigid daughter. None of it was true. Diane was sending a narrative to every circle that mattered so that when I was removed from the party, everyone would know and whisper, "Poor thing. It was only a matter of time." Ellen took my hand. I didn't believe her. "Laura, your mother was the strongest woman I knew, and you are her daughter." Something inside me that had been bending
Oh, fuck.
It was quiet in the way Brooklyn gets laid on a Friday. Distant sirens, a dog barking 3 buildings over. The lone home
And this is still the wrong fucking deck.
found at an estate sale and spent 4 weekends restoring. A cup of chamomile cooling on the side table.
Pokeball's out.
Photograph of my mother on the wall. Catherine Hale, 31, standing on a construction site with sawdust on her boots and a rolled blueprint under her arm, laughing at something off camera, alive. I thought about not going. I could stay here in my apartment.
You're the best, Commander. We just got those FBA couplings installed. Now we only have to calibrate every week instead of every day. We're thinking about celebrating our newfound free time with some Skillian 5 poker. Want to join us?
Come on, Kenneth. The commander doesn't want to play cards with grease monkeys like us.
I had Thomas Aldridge standing by.
Actually, that sounds interesting.
Fantastic. I'll get the cards.
If he said my name the way a father should, I would put the documents back in the drawer and never speak of them. I picked up my phone.
My Skillian 5's a bit rusty. You'll be easy on the rookie, right?
Of course, Commander. It's all friendly.
Yeah, right.
The Whitmore Hotel on a Saturday.
Be gentle on the rookie. I can't believe you fell for them.
So worth losing to see you taken down a notch.
Beat me at my own game. You're all right, Shepard.
The whispers hit me. I heard she's been out of work for months. Diane says she just shows up and causes scenes. Diane's scenes were blooming exactly on schedule. I found my father near the stage.
For engineers for the ship, 2 of my absolute favorites. Especially the Scotsman. I love that guy.
They'd been told to watch me. I reached the small circle around my father. Richard saw me first. A flicker of warmth quickly followed by panic. Laura, he managed. Glad you could make it. 5 words. The same 5 you'd say to a colleague you barely recognized. Diane's hand tightened on his arm like a leash pulled taut. Dad, can I
How is our newest Turian crew member doing? His injuries looked painful.
He's been through a lot. Not just physical.
Something about him. Just want to hold him close and whisper.
Are you attracted to others?
Part of my job is predict. And passion is nice wherever you find it. Character matters. Anything else, Commander?
Do you have a moment?
I always have time for you, Commander.
How do you feel about
How
being
do I feel? But mostly I feel encouraged. Under
How do you feel about being a
How do I? But mostly I feel encouraged. Under your leadership, you can't fail.
Don't worry.
I trust you implicitly. The moment I met you, I knew I could close my eyes.
You trust
I knew.
as well.
Anything else you'd like to talk about?
This organization.
We look out for human interests.
Sounds like service.
I love humanity. I also love
That's a very positive.
Anything else you'd like to talk about?
How do you feel about being assigned?
But mostly I feel encouraged. Under your leadership, you can't. If any of the crew has important business, I have a degree in psychology. I'm good.
You make sure.
Yes.
We're lucky to have someone.
Thank you, Chef. What else would you like to know?
I better go.
Okay.
Alright, that handles that little bit. Nothing terribly important in that, to be honest. Alright, where is this? Farrar system. Lost operative. Fathar and rescue. Alright. I'll have to do a full scan of all these planets for resources.
Probe away.
Laura C. Paxton. At 11:15, my intercom buzzed. All three of them on my stoop. Richard in his tuxedo, tie loosened, face the color of white concrete. Diane in her cream silk gown, mascara tracked down both cheeks, clutching her Hermes bag. Meredith behind them, eyes swollen. For 23 years, I had gone to them, to their house, their dinners, their terms. Now they were at mine. I opened the door. Diane crossed my threshold already mid-sentence. How dare you? I raised one hand. You are at my door.
Probe away.
Lower your voice or leave. She stopped. The first time in 23 years anyone had said no to her on a doorstep. Come in, I said, but I'll be the one talking tonight. They said my little
Launching probe.
Richard shrunken inside his tuxedo. Diane standing, refusing to give up control. Meredith perched on the sofa edge. Diane fired first. You stole from his family. I opened the folder on my coffee table. That money never belonged to my father. I slid the trust agreement across. It belonged to my mother, Catherine Hale Paxton, your predecessor.
Probe away.
I laid it all out. The 2004 agreement, the 2006 amendment, the segregated funds. Diane turned to Richard. That's a fake. Richard, tell her. Richard was staring at the document. He didn't look up. He didn't deny it. You knew.
Probe
I
launched.
said, didn't you, Dad? His voice cracked like something that had been sealed shut for a long time. Your mother, she set it up before she got sick. I should have told you. Diane turned on him. You knew. I placed the second document down. I'm through. I exercised my legal right tonight. I didn't steal anything. Diane, I reclaimed what was always mine. Diane read fast, scanning for a crowd.
Launching probe.
She didn't find one. My mother had been meticulous. When she looked up, she'd shifted to victim mode. Quivering chin, careful widening of the eyes, trembling hand pressed to her collarbone. I cut her off, not with volume, with information. I know about the trust amendment you've been drafting. The draft to remove me as beneficiary and transfer the funds to Meredith. The performance collapsed instantly. I also confirmed with the fiduciary firm that you've been calling them repeatedly requesting access to my mother's trust provisions. Diane abandoned the tears. So what? That money's been sitting there for 20 years doing nothing. Meredith deserves it more than you. Stop.
Launching
Meredith's
probe.
voice was small but sharp. Then I pulled out the last document, an email Diane had sent to her attorney, accidentally CC'd to Thomas Aldridge. I read it aloud. We need to move quickly before Laura finds out about Catherine's trust provisions. Richard doesn't have the spine to stop us. Richard read it once, then again. Then he looked at his wife as if seeing her for the first time. Diane, is this real? She didn't answer. Her face
Launching
answered.
probe.
That's not revenge, I said quietly. That's arithmetic. What happened next was the sound of a structure failing. The slow kind. The kind I've seen in my work 100 times. When a building standing on a compromised foundation for decades has one beam give way and everything shifts. Diane pivoted to her performance. Glistening eyes, hand at her throat. She's manipulating you, Richard, just like Catherine always did. My father stood up. In 23 years, I had never seen him stand up against Diane. Something in that sentence, just like Catherine, hit a wall inside him he didn't know was still standing. Don't, he said. His voice was shaking, but the words were stone. Say her name. Diane stopped. For the first time in their marriage, she had no response prepared. Meredith stood slowly. Laura, I didn't know about the trust, the amendment, any of it. I believe you didn't know about the trust, Meredith, but you knew what it felt like to watch your sister get erased from family photos. You knew what it meant when I sat at the small table every Thanksgiving. You knew, and you said nothing. She closed her eyes, nodded once. My father stepped toward me. Laura, I'm sorry. I didn't rush to comfort him. I didn't say it's okay, because it wasn't. I know you were.
Launching
But
probe.
sorry isn't enough anymore. I need you to do something. I laid out 4 conditions. The $17 million stays in my trust, non-negotiable. Diane's draft amendment is destroyed with notarized confirmation. He retains his own attorney, not Diane's, and I'm willing to rebuild a relationship on equal terms, with clear boundaries, not routed through Diane. Those aren't punishments, Dad. They're the minimum conditions for my trust to begin. Okay, he said quietly.
There we go. That's what I was looking to do.
For me, it is. What happens next is
I have
between you
detected
and
an
Judge Versus.
anomaly.
She left. Meredith lingered, whispered, I'm sorry, Laura, and followed her mother down the stairs. My father stayed. He sat back down and stared at his hands. He sweat from her head to her.
Something on our sensors.
Arrived in waves. Monday morning, the margin call. The trust was $13 million below the required collateral threshold. 2 commercial properties would need to be sold. Richard
I gotta make some money though. So my purchases thus far have drained my accounts.
Which direction he was facing first. She was my compass, he said. Your mother, and I let someone else steer. He was crying quietly, jaw tight, eyes spilling, no sound. I hadn't seen him cry since the funeral. I didn't say it's okay, not yet, but I said, I'm glad you're here, Dad. That's a start.
Sure thing.
He told me he'd asked Diane to move out temporarily. Not a divorce, not yet, but a separation. We both ordered the crock, madame. My mother's standing order. Neither of us mentioned it. We didn't need to. 2 weeks after the party, Diane came to my door alone. No mascara, no silk gown, gray cashmere coat, bare face. The Cartier love bracelet was gone. She'd sold it to begin repaying the $2.3 million. She said.
Mother, huh?
My mother's money, my mother's husband, even my mother's life. You tried to erase understood the fear. It doesn't excuse the damage, but you can see where it started. I didn't take anything that was yours, I said. I took what was mine. The difference is you never understood there was a difference. No apology came. She turned around. I'll tear you apart! Your toes! Heels, just the quiet pat of
Not that one.
reservation held presenting the of the Catherine Hale Foundation, established using a portion of the trust funds to restore endangered historic buildings in underserved communities. My first project, a community center in a formerly red-line neighborhood in Baltimore, built in 1912, abandoned in 1987, condemned in 2014. We were bringing it back. Load-bearing walls, original tile, the whole skeleton saved. I wore an emerald green dress. My mother's Mikimoto pearl earrings. Behind me on the screen in letters 6 feet tall, the Catherine Hale Foundation, preserving what matters. My father was in the audience, front row. He'd driven down from Westchester alone. No Diane, no entourage, just Richard Paxton in a Navy suit, watching his daughter speak. I talked about buildings, the ones everyone walks past without seeing, the ones that get condemned because it's easier to tear something down than to do the hard, slow, unglamorous work of finding out what's still good underneath. I talked about my mother, an architect I never knew was an architect, who built things that held for decades because she understood that everything beautiful starts with structure. When I finished, the room stood. My father stood first. After he felt
Come on over.
trapped in ground. The architecture. It's been on my wall since the day this flawed, tried man. Weeks later, I had 3 apology, not the performance. Honest, 6-year-old writes when she's seen.
Now let's finish you off.
Sits on my desk next to my mother's life. Some things take time. Some buildings can't be restored in a season. But the foundation, the real one, the one beneath everything, is sound. Because 23 years ago, while she was dying, my mother sat down with a lawyer and a pen and a stack of legal paper and built something that would hold. She didn't do it with drama. She didn't do it with anger. She did it with structure. The same way
Pokeballs out.
showing up to every dinner, sitting at the small table, driving home in silence, swallowing whatever was served, and calling it family. I thought if I was patient enough, quiet enough, good enough, someone would eventually see me. No one was going to see me. Not because I was invisible, but because the people around me had decided that my invisibility was convenient, and the only person who could change that was the one standing in the mirror. My mother left me a letter. It said, find him. And what I found wasn't just a lawyer or a trust document or $17 million. I found
Alright, folks, I know what choice I would pick. I'm gonna leave this to you motherfuckers. So, one, in my chat, if you want me to upload this data to the Alliance. Two, if you want me to upload to Cerberus. Or three, if you want me to keep it for myself. Take approximately 3 minutes, give or take, and make your decisions now. Alright.
Data uploaded to Alliance Command.
As he opens his door to see what had happened, he looks up in shock and he finds several Broward County Sheriff's deputies racing towards him from basically every direction.
guns drawn and shouting commands. Heads up! Heads up!
Move away. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Launching probe.
Shane is handcuffed and placed in the rear of the police cruiser, and the body cam shows that Shane is
Launching probe.
and has no idea what's going on.
Probe launched. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe launched. Anomaly detected. Probe launched. I have found something.
Once Shane is rammed, ordered out of his truck at gunpoint, and then handcuffed and placed in a police cruiser, it's undisputed that he's been seized under the Fourth Amendment. Since there was no arrest warrant, probable cause is required if they want to arrest him. They don't even know who he is, and once they take him into custody, they don't seem interested in even finding out. They don't get his ID. They don't even ask him any questions. At no point did they have probable cause to arrest Shane Spray. Really, what they should be doing here in this parking lot of the physical therapy place is what they are allowed to do under the Fourth Amendment, which is conduct a limited investigatory detention in order to learn who he is and why he is driving this truck that Doral Volkswagen has reported stolen. Consistent with the Fourth Amendment, an officer may perform a limited investigatory detention of someone whom he reasonably suspects has committed criminal activity. Such stops may last only as long as necessary to achieve their limited investigatory purpose. Here, there's no doubt that the officers had reasonable suspicion to detain Shane in order to investigate the situation. But here's the problem. They seized him in a dramatic fashion, in a manner that endangered his life and damaged his property, and then they just held him in handcuffs for about an hour without conducting any investigation whatsoever. That's not a limited investigatory stop that lasts only as long as necessary. And for that reason alone, they violated Shane's Fourth Amendment rights. Additionally, they possessed zero information about Shane, indicating
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
that he was anything other than an innocent victim of a car dealership's mistake. They were acting not based on any information particular to Shane's actual circumstances, but rather based on general concepts of officer safety. This shouldn't justify them ramming a vehicle and acting in the manner in which they did. So in my opinion, they exceeded the scope of any lawful detention under these circumstances, and they did so excessively. The truck is then towed along with Shane's belongings, and meanwhile Shane is transported to a nearby police station, put in a holding cell,
Alright, 10 more to get.
last Saturday. If you know what, I don't know what time.
I think I finished around 2 p.m.
Okay. You went to drive a Volkswagen with the intention that. Okay, and then what happened after that?
Showed up, they came out and said, hey, I had that vehicle, particular big dog I call in the morning.
Do you explain?
The first time I spoke with just a regular person, but then when I got there, my sales representative.
Is that a nickname or is that his name?
I think that's his full name. That's what his business card says.
Okay.
And then I also spoke with the general search manager. His first name's Chris. He's a friend of mine's mom. So Chris kind of helped work the deal. Test drove the truck. Was exactly what I wanted. Went back in. We agreed on the price.
Any documents were given? Yeah, the sales documents.
In the house.
Yeah, the house. And the sales documents have the everything.
Everything, yeah. I would say users at my car. Two papers. What's it called? My son now drives to a thing. He goes to the fans, but all this pride when I
can imagine.
But yeah, it's super easy. Everything was
6 more.
So they give you a disc.
it's like a USB thumb drive.
Exactly. Was the sales representative? I thought you said any other last name, business card name.
I have his business card.
Okay, so then you did the documents for the purchase of the vehicle, and then what happened after that?
The documents went to financing.
Or
You drove it today to the Coast Guard gate.
Eventually, the detectives tell Shane that his new truck had been reported stolen by the Doral Volkswagen dealership. Shane is completely surprised by this, and he tells the detectives that he legitimately purchased the truck from that dealership. He tells them that he has proof of this on his phone.
The reason why you're in this position, so the vehicle was reported stolen out of the dealership. It could be a miscommunication on their end, because it was Doral Volkswagen that basically reported it as stolen. Were you given both sets of keys?
Only one key.
Only one key. Okay. And did you ask for a loan?
Yes, I did. They said they could find a second key.
Okay. So, just to confirm, at Saturday at 2 p.m. approximately is when you went to go buy the truck.
No, I got there at 9:01.
What time did you drive off?
Like 2 p.m. One of the detectives tells Shane that the plate on his dream truck is actually registered to a Chevy pickup that is sitting right now at the Doral Volkswagen dealership lot. Rather than asking Doral Volkswagen to explain how this is possible, they're asking Shane, who is clearly confused because he had no way of knowing about the mistake made by the dealership. Ford Focus. Here, there. Where'd you get the tag? The tag that's on the truck was a tag that was on the car, and they transferred the tag at the dealer. So you got the tag from the dealer, and they took it, they were going to transfer the tag, the registration to the box.
So, the tag that was on the truck today
Was on my Focus.
okay, so it was previously on your car.
Yes, your tag.
Okay. this is just a formality, that this is a routine investigation. He says that this is why we interview people. That Shane was brought there in handcuffs after having been rammed by a vehicle and apprehended at gunpoint well over an hour earlier.
All right, bathroom coffee, right back. Hang tight. Okay. We're actually going to go ahead and try to get some more stuff done. So Hourglass Nebula Faryar system.
When his son arrived, they drove directly to the tow yard. On the way, they called this guy Daniel, who was supposedly the guy in Durrell Volkswagen who had spoken to the detectives. Minutes earlier, Daniel said that they
Pokeballs out.
the tow yard and told them to release the truck from their possession. He also apologized to Shane about what had happened, but still, there was a major problem. After arriving at the tow yard, Shane learned that not only was the GMC not titled in his name, but that it was actually still titled in the name of the truck's original owner who had traded it into Durrell Volkswagen. This meant that the prior owner was the only person permitted to lawfully retrieve the truck from the tow yard, and they were not going to release it either to the dealership. Shane also wasn't allowed to retrieve his personal items that were still inside his truck. This then caused an even bigger problem because among the items inside his truck was his work identification documents and his iPad, which contained sensitive information due to Shane's position with the U.S. Coast Guard. So Shane contacted the same detective with the Broward Sheriff's Office who was there during the interrogation, but he was basically no help. He refused to provide proof of the incident to the tow yard at that time, and instead he recommended to Shane that he file a FOIA request for that information. The only thing that Shane was able to retrieve that day was his wallet. Everything else remained in the truck, and then the next day, Shane was forced to rent a vehicle from Enterprise so that he would have a vehicle to drive to work. The day after that, now acting with the advice of his attorney, Shane contacted the finance company that financed the deal, and it was at that time that he reviewed the financial documents that had been provided to him via Lewis E-Drive by the dealership, and he was trying to figure out what mistakes they had made that caused this. He then noticed that the finance manager there at Durrell Volkswagen had incorrectly documented the vehicle that he had purchased as a 2024 Chevy 1500 rather than a 2024 GMC 1500 AT4X. So now he didn't have his truck, but he still had the loan. So he requested that the loan be canceled. But the finance company said that only Durrell Volkswagen can do that. So Shane asked them, and they then agreed to cancel the loan. Around the same time...
Welcome to the Purgatory, Shepard. Your package is being prepped, and you can claim it shortly. As this is a high-security vessel, you'll need to relinquish your weapons before we proceed.
The U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Miami...
I can't do that.
Everyone stand down. Commander, I'm Warden Kira, and this is my ship. The weapons will be returned on the way out. You must realize this is just a standard procedure.
It's my standard procedure to keep my gun.
Let them proceed. Our facility is more than secure enough to handle 3 armed guests. We're bringing Jack out of cryo. As soon as the funds clear, you can be on your way. If you'll follow me to out processing for the pickup, Commander.
Let's go.
Cell Block 2. As you can see, we keep tight control over the population. Each prisoner's cell is a self-contained modular unit. I've blown a few out the airlocks as an example. The ship is made up of 30 cell blocks identical to this one. We house thousands of criminals. We can put the whole place in lockdown on a moment's notice. Nothing goes wrong here.
Can you tell me about Jack?
Cerberus hasn't told you? Jack is the meanest handful of violence and hate I've ever encountered. Dangerous, crazy, and very powerful. You'll see soon enough.
How'd you end up running this ship?
I was in law enforcement on Palaven and got sick of seeing criminals escape out into the galaxy to carry on with their crimes. Bounty hunters aren't dependable.
You're not hiring the right ones.
Eventually I hit upon this idea. Keep the criminals in space, and the galaxy is a safer place.
You do this because you think it's necessary?
Every day I see the worst sapient life has to offer. Governments are soft, unwilling to make the hard choices. Someone had to stand up and make the galaxy safe.
Maintaining a population this size in space can't be cheap.
We can cut corners that governments can't, and each prisoner brings in a fee from his homeworld. These individuals are violent, and their home planets pay well to keep them here.
What happens if the homeworld doesn't want to pay?
We explain that we can't maintain the prisoner without their help, so we'll be forced to release him back onto his homeworld at an unspecified place and time.
So it's an extortion racket.
You don't have to agree with my methods, but don't question my motives. These are despicable people, and I'm keeping them locked up.
Let's get on with this.
Have you had any escape attempts?
We're in space. They have nowhere to go, and they know it. But still, we exercise extreme caution. These are dangerous individuals. We have many ways to control the population. I'm going to confirm that the funds from Cerberus cleared. Out processing is straight down this hallway. Just keep going past the interrogation rooms and the Supermax wing. I'll catch up with you later, Shepard.
Yeah, he sounds real trustworthy.
Is there something I can do for you?
There's no excuse for beating a prisoner who can't fight back.
This is a massage compared to what his victims went through.
This degrades you as much as him.
We have orders.
You're not important enough to make your own decisions?
I admit, I sometimes get tired of this. Does this really get us anything useful?
Stop this. For your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. Call it off. At least for now.
Hey, if you're buying prisoners, can you buy me? Man, I don't care where you take me or what you do to me. Gotta be better than this.
We're here for Jack.
Yeah. Forget what I just said. I don't want to go nowhere with you.
I thought this ship was a prison, not a market.
Sometimes people buy cons so they can do some punishing of their own, if you understand. Warden sells this to whoever can pay enough.
Why are they interrogating that prisoner? He knows something?
Nah, that's Jimmy. He don't know nothing. He offed someone in the showers yesterday, I think. The guy he killed was worth a lot to the warden. Yeah. Sucks to be Bimmy right now.
They're going at it pretty hard. Do they ever kill prisoners by accident?
I haven't heard of anyone dying. Warden can't make money off us if we're dead. Funny thing, though. The more a guard does it, the meaner he gets. So they rotate him through.
So, what are you in for?
I killed a few people. Only about 20 or so. And I blew up that one habitat. Small time compared to most of the guys here.
What's it like here?
Bad. And you gotta watch out. Damn, but someone's always after your stuff. Smokes, clothes, pride. I haven't taken a shower in 3 months.
Tell me more about Jack.
The worst trouble you ever saw. Mixed with some crazy and way too much biotic power. That's all I'm saying.
I should go.
Wish I could go.
I hear the screaming in my head. It's night. Yeah.
This is the Supermax wing. It's off limits. Out processing is back down the hall on your right. They'll bring your package there after the cryo-thaw's finished.
Out processing's through the door on the far side of the room.
weapons and proceed into this open cell. You will not be harmed.
You talked up your noble intentions with this prison, but it turns out you're a criminal like the rest.
Activate systems.
Enemies in front!
Let's get Jack out of the freezer.
Heads up!
Shepard is on the loose. Repeat, Shepard.
Shut the fuck up.
If we hack that control, every door on the cell block opens.
It's the only way.
I'm doing it. Be ready.
At one point during the conversation between the officers and the manager, the rail officer lost the audio of his buddy. Now, if you watch the last 5 videos I did about the situation,
That's Jack?
sometimes officers do this for improper reasons, and not surprisingly, that seemed to be the case here as well. Well, the other officer was standing there after dancing around the ship and fist bumping everyone around. He left his buddy unmuted, so we know what was said. They discussing sensitive personal information that shouldn't be reported. No.
We have to get down there.
Warning. Warning.
Sounds like heavy fighting.
Conversation with the dealership manager. And this guy is a material witness. That is a conversation that should have been recorded in its entirety as evidence. But again, this is not surprising if you regularly watch my videos. The most egregious thing here is
This might be useful.
they see the guy actually sold the
All guards, restore order. Lethal force authorized, but don't kill Jack. Tech, lockdown, lockdown.
his way in. He was there the entire time. He's a person. We clearly don't ever talk to him.
Sectors 7, 9, and 11 have lost life support. No survivors.
Without ever even talking to his own sales guys to see if they knew what happened to control.
What good doing this?
All prisoners, return to your cells immediately, or I'll open every airlock on this ship.
Sit down!
Guard got swarmed by prisoners with improvised weapons. He never had a chance. Incoming!
Firing an impact shot. Loud and clear.
Taking cover!
Lockdown in blocks 4, 7, and 8. Going to cover.
The hull has been breached in sectors 12, 14, and 30. No survivors.
Eyes up front.
There we go! Enemy down!
So this was a situation where
Green. Get close. Straight down.
He then contacts Volkswagen, the dealership. He said that
Let's go down.
to the base. And the investigator basically tells him, if you want the correct registration to get your car, sign this release. And if she did not sign the release, another day, he left. And the dealership ended up getting the car themselves.
What happened to all of Shane's stuff that was in his truck?
He was given the opportunity to get it.
Did he ever end up getting the truck at all?
No, the car was returned to the dealership. The dealership canceled the contract and returned the funds that he had put down as a deposit back to him.
Why is that? I mean, if this was his dream truck, why not still get by the deal?
The car was crashed. The sheriff's office crashed into the car to obtain the vehicle from mentally to escape. So the car had damage.
Do you think that was appropriate?
All guards to cell block 1.
You know that 9 times out of 10, criminals will try to flee and stolen. So what they did was pin the vehicle so the vehicle cannot go anywhere when they came out to take it into custody. So is it appropriate based on the facts of the circumstances what Broward Sheriff's Office did? I believe so.
Other than the belief that the vehicle was stolen, they had no other information indicating that anybody was armed.
Listen, and I'm speaking as me and the cop. I'm going home tonight.
You're valuable, Shepard. I could have sold you and lived like a king. But you're too much trouble. At least I can recapture Jack.
Not happening. You're a two-bit slave trader and I don't have time for it.
I do the hard things civil governments are unwilling to. This is for the good of the galaxy.
Is it though?
Felony stop procedures. Do you know whether the sheriff's office, whether that's within their policy?
Spawning an impact shot. Rock and roll. This'll put him down.
Heading to cover.
Taking cover.
Did they ever make any effort at investigating whether or not Shane had sold the vehicle? Did they question him at all?
That was kind of my fault there.
Sheriff's Office
Motherfuckers!
Is giving them the runaround, claiming that an arbitration clause in the paperwork for their
Firing concussive shot! Hostile down. Impact shot.
What the hell do you want?
You're in a bad situation, and I'm gonna get you out of here.
Shit, you sound like a pussy. I'm not going anywhere with you. You're Cerberus.
I'm working with Cerberus for now because they can help me.
With them, for them, I don't care. You show up in a Cerberus frigate to take me away somewhere? You think I'm stupid?
This ship is going down in flames. We can get you to safety, and we're asking for your help.
We could just knock her out and take her. I'd like to see you try.
We're not going to attack her.
Good move. Look, you want me to come with you? Make it worth my while.
Tell me what you're thinking.
I bet your ship's got lots of Cerberus databases. I want to look at those files, see what Cerberus got on me. You want me on your team? Let me go through those databases.
I'll give you full access.
Shepard, you're not authorized to do that.
Oh, it upsets the cheerleader. Even better.
I love her character.
So why the hell are we standing here?
Move out.
Welcome to the Normandy, Jack. I'm Miranda, Shepard's second in command. On this ship, we follow orders.
Tell the Cerberus cheerleader to back off, Shepard. I'm here because of our deal.
Miranda will let you into the system. Let me know what you find.
Hear that, Precious? We're going to be friends. You, me, and every embarrassing little secret. I'll be down, or somewhere near the bottom. I don't like a lot of clean traffic. Keep your people off me. Better that way.
I fucking love the interactions.
Hey. Picked up a lot of resources. Can you use them to help against the collectors?
I ran across the schematics for making L5X implants. Still got them in my head. You want to know what I need? Not usually my thing, but I've learned how to get things done on my own.
Was that I've been ready for this exact moment since 2023. 3 years. I put the paper down on the blanket. No, I said. Terrence stepped closer. His chest was maybe a foot from the bedroom.
Hey.
Negotiation.
Picked up a lot of resources.
I figured out those L5Xs. Consider yourself lucky. It's not like I keep a library of this shit around.
What do you think of Miranda and Jacob?
Jacob doesn't know who he is, but that's not my problem. Miranda's a Cerberus bitch. Knew that before she opened her mouth.
What do you think of our mission?
I don't care. I'm out to survive it, then cut loose.
Tell me about you, Jack.
I'm still finding out about me. Thanks for letting me look at these files.
They're helping you, that's good enough for me.
Don't be my buddy. You need me to kill for you, I need you for these files. Let's leave it there. Your friends at Cerberus are into some nasty things. I'm gonna find something I can use. I just know it.
That was the first time. The second was 6 months later when he
What if the answers aren't what you expect?
I'm not looking for answers. I'm looking for names, dates, places.
What happens when you find what you're looking for?
I go hunting. Anyone who's screwed with me pays. Their associates pay. Their friends pay. The galaxy's gonna be a lot emptier when I'm done.
What's your history with Cerberus?
They raised me in a research facility. I escaped when I was a kid. Been on the run ever since. And they've been chasing me ever since. But soon, I'm gonna chase them.
You don't have to live in this pit, you know.
It's dark, quiet, and hard to find. That spells safety to me. You know, this ship is a powerhouse. You could go pirate. Live like a queen. I can help.
You'd be my first mate.
I'd lead the boarding party and handle the executions.
What is it about killing that fascinates you so much?
I figure every time someone dies and it's not me, my chances of survival go up. Simple.
I should go.
Yep.
You know, as bleak as it is
Hey.
for her to have that kind of outlook,
I should go.
she's not 100% wrong. My collection of ships grows.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Why federal? Because the credit union account your mother holds is a CDFI partnered institution, which means FDIC insured deposits over a certain class are federally supervised. If someone is attempting to redirect those assets through coercion or fraud, it's not just a state matter. I leaned against the hallway wall. An orderly pushed a cart past me with a squeaky wheel. So what happens now? Tonight, emergency filing. Tomorrow, the DA gets the complaint. By Wednesday, Doug will have a hearing scheduled. And Nolan, I need you to document everything that just happened in that room. Names, positions, what was said, what was shown to you, what your mother's condition was. Every detail. I already started. Good. I went back into the room. Terrence was sitting down now, in the chair Uncle Boyd had vacated. Boyd was standing near the window next to Rochelle. Nobody had said a word. The paper was still on the bed. I picked it up, folded it, and put it in my jacket pocket. Terrence looked up. What are you doing? Keeping it. That's evidence. The word landed like a dropped plate. I watched it hit every face in the room at a different speed. Dustin's eyes went wide first. Lena looked at the ceiling. Gerald put the pamphlet down. Yolanda took one step backward toward the door. Evidence of what? Terrence's voice was lower now. Controlled. Like he was trying to pull the situation back under something manageable. Of you handing me an unsigned, unnotarized, attorney-less document in our mother's hospital bag while she's incapacitated, asking me to sign over her entire estate in front of 14 people. That's not. What is it then? He didn't answer. I pulled out my phone again and opened the notes app. I started typing. Names, locations, time. I did it right there, standing next to the bed, with everybody watching. Some people shifted. Some people looked at each other. Nobody left. On Willis spoke for the first time. Nolan, what's happening? I'm documenting. Documenting what? What Terrence just did. He was trying to. I know what he was trying to do. That shut it down. Willis sat back on the windowsill and folded her hands. Cousin Dustin cleared his throat like he was about to say something, then thought better of it. Lena picked up her purse from the floor and put it on her shoulder. Not leaving, just getting ready to. Jalen, Terrence's oldest, was looking at his father with the kind of expression a 17-year-old gets when they realize the adults in the room aren't in control of anything. Marquise and Brianna hadn't moved from their spot on the TV. They didn't understand what was happening.
In research projects, Element Zero is used for bioamp and omni-tool upgrades, which allow squad members who have biotic and tech powers to be much more effective.
And he'd always stayed out of things between her sons. This was no exception.
Launching probe.
Maybe
launched.
Why? Because if this goes where I think it's going, I want everyone here to be able to say what they saw. The room got very still. The kind of still where you can hear the HVAC system cycling through the vents and someone's phone vibrating silent in their pocket. Terrence looked at me, really looked at me. For the first time in years, he was seeing someone other than his little brother. He was seeing someone who had been paying attention the entire time. You recorded this? He asked. I didn't need to. 14 witnesses. Nobody moved for a long time after that. Mom's monitor beeped. Steady. Constant. The only honest sound in the room. By Tuesday, Douglas Chaffin had filed an emergency petition with the county probate court to reaffirm the trust's authority and to assure protective
Launching the probe.
from initiating, facilitating, or participating in any transaction involving Denise Buford's assets. The petition included the document Terrence had handed me, the one I'd
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
from me, a supporting affidavit from Gwendolyn, and a letter from Mom's primary care physician confirming she lacked the cognitive capacity
Probe
to
away.
authorize any financial decisions. Terrence called me that afternoon. I let it ring 4 times before I answered. What did you do? His voice was flat, empty. What I told you.
Probe away.
You're taking this to court. It's already in court. Over a piece of paper. Over a pattern. Silence. I'm her son too, Norman. I know. I've been here every day. Being here and being honest aren't the same thing. He hung up. That evening I drove past Mom's house on Corbin Lane. 2-story building with the yellow shutters she'd made herself in 2016. The duplex was 3 blocks east on Fenwick. Both units rented. Both tenants current. Both leases managed through a property management company I'd set up at Mom's request 2 years ago. The storage unit on Clever Road held furniture for when she downsized, plus boxes of Dad's old toys, plus the filing cabinet she didn't want in the house anymore. 3 properties, 1 credit union account, 1 life insurance policy. That was the whole estate. It wasn't a fortune, but to Terrence, it was everything he'd ever felt entitled to and never earned. I parked across the street from the house for a few minutes. The porch light was on a timer. The lawn service I'd arranged was keeping the yard clean. The mailbox had a forwarding order to my P.O. box. Everything was running exactly the way Mom had set it up, managed by the person she'd chosen to manage it. I drove home. On Wednesday, Gwendolyn sent a full demand letter to Yolanda's brother, Clyde Beecher, the unlicensed real estate investor who tried to get Mom to sign the quitclaim deed the year prior. The letter cited his involvement, identified the transaction as an attempted fraudulent conveyance, and informed him that any further contact with Denise Buford or her estate representatives would be referred to the State Real Estate Commission and the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division. Clyde responded through a lawyer he apparently found that afternoon. His lawyer's letter was 4 sentences long and said, essentially, that Clyde had no recollection of the events described and categorically denied any wrongdoing. Gwendolyn printed it out and added it to the file. Thursday was when the federal peace activated. I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. A woman introduced herself as an investigator with the Office of the Inspector General attached to the FDIC regional office. She said she'd received a referral, not a complaint directly, but a referral from the DA's intake office regarding potential financial exploitation involving a federally supervised account. She asked if I was willing to provide a statement. I was. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot and answered her questions for 47 minutes. She was calm, methodical, and didn't react to anything I said. She asked about the credit union account. She asked about the trust. She asked about Terrence. She asked about Clyde Beecher. She asked whether Mom had any other financial instruments I was aware of. Pensions, annuities, beneficiary designations. I told her about the teachers' union life insurance policy. She wrote it all down. At the end of the call, she said, Mr. Buford, based on what you've described, this may be elevated to a federal review. Someone from your office or from the U.S. Attorney's Division may reach out. Understood. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Just that I have everything documented. Every attempt, every date, every name. Good. She hung up. I sat in the car for another 10 minutes. The parking lot was half empty. A guy in scrubs walked past eating a granola bar. A woman in a minivan was arguing with someone on speakerphone loud enough that I could hear every other word. I went back inside. Mom was asleep. The room was empty. Just her and the machines. I sat in the chair closest to the bed and watched her breathe. Friday morning, Gwendolyn called at 8:15 a.m. 2 things. First, Douglas got the hearing on the emergency petition moved up. It's Monday at 10. Judge Waltham, Probate Division 3. Okay, His mouth opened, closed, opened again. Then he turned and walked down the hallway. Jose followed him, half a step behind, briefcase bumping against his leg. The elevator doors opened. They stepped in. The doors closed. The floor indicator above the elevator ticked down. 5, 4, 3, lobby. Gone. Gwendolyn appeared next to me. That was the cleanest protective order I've seen in 11 years. What happens with a credit union visit? The one from Saturday. Douglas already entered it into the record. Judge Rolfin hasn't. But the big one's on the federal side.
Well, less than half, but still every little bit.
Judge tells Sabina is active. The credit union will produce records within 5 business days. If someone walked into that branch and tried to change the signature card, the OH will have a name, a date, and a surveillance image. And then it becomes a federal matter. Wire fraud, financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult, potentially bank fraud, depending on what they told the teller. Wire fraud. Hell, if any electronic communication was used to facilitate the attempt, a phone call to coordinate, a text message, an email to the branch, it qualifies. The statute is broad, intentionally so. All because of a 2-page document and a pen. All because of a 2-page document and a pen. I let that sit for a moment. The trust has an anti-alienation clause. Your signature on that document wouldn't have transferred anything. The trust assets can't be conveyed by anyone other than the trustee acting within the trust terms, and even then, only under specific conditions. But if you'd signed, Terrence could have used it as leverage, taken it to the credit union, shown it to a title company, waved it around long enough to create confusion. And confusion is expensive to unravel. So it was never going to work legally. No, but it might have worked practically, at least long enough to cause damage. That's what these things count on. Not legal validity, but momentum. We stood up. I shook her hand. She told me she'd send a summary of the hearing by email that evening. Douglas was already in the parking lot, loading his file boxes into the back seat of a Volvo. I drove to the hospital. Mom was asleep. The room was empty again. Just her and the monitors. I sat down, opened my phone, opened the email I'd sent 6 days ago. Read it one more time. All 4 attachments. The trust, the affidavit, the complaint, the letter. 3 years in a drafts folder. 14 minutes from send to call back. 6 days from hospital bed to courtroom. I put the phone away and looked at Mom. The last page of the trust, page 19, had a clause that nobody in the family had ever seen. Not Terrence, not Rochelle, not Gerald, not even Aunt Willow, who thought she knew everything. It was a forger provision. Mom had insisted on it. Dirt she found.
The dossier doesn't say if Okir is on this planet by choice. Assume hostiles.
Contingent beneficiary who attempted to contest, circumvent, modify, or fraudulently access
I
trust
already
assets
want to
prior
kill
to the
this
settler's
person.
death.
Stay focused. We're looking for a Krogan warlord.
Gotcha.
Any named bequest and any claim to real property
Shut in.
in the trust corpus. Terrence was listed as a contingent beneficiary. He stood to receive the storage unit on Clever and a 15% distribution.
Yeah, I'm ducking.
Union account upon Mom's passing. Stood. Past tense. The clause had been triggered the moment he handed me that paper. Every subsequent attempt, the credit union visit, the quitclaim deed, the phone call about handling Nolan, was additional activation. Each one documented. Each one
Shut in.
timestamped. Each one now in the hands of 2 attorneys and a federal
What's
judge.
that?
Terrence didn't know about the clause. He'd never asked to see the trust. He'd never hired his own attorney to review it. He'd spent 5 years assuming he knew what was in it based on
Gotcha.
what he thought he deserved. He found out about the clause on Thursday when Jose called Gwendolyn to discuss potential resolution pathways and bundling medical information, word by word, over the phone. Jose asked if there was room for negotiation. Gwendolyn said, the clause is self-executing.
Gotcha. No sweat.
There is no mechanism for
Lookout
reversal.
post ahead.
That's what you're
And they're ready for us.
Gwendolyn said,
Shut in.
Lock shield.
mutual contact.
Going down.
Was open. Turns out to have been locked indeed. Thursday evening.
Going down.
Yes, your mother put that in. She told Doug to
I'm
try
with
for
you.
3 years before she got sick. She
Right
said she
behind
knew
you.
someone would try. She didn't say who. She didn't have to. Willow was quiet for a moment. Then she said something I didn't expect. Good for her. That was it. She hung up. I went to the hospital the next morning. Sat with Mom.
Shit.
Held her hand. Told her
I won't stop bleeding.
duplex tenants and
I'm gonna...
the storage unit
Son
was
of a
locked and
bitch.
cared for. And
Doesn't look that bad, actually.
He doesn't need to know that.
I knew it wasn't Berserkers. Not at range. You're mercs. Or Alliance. I'm not telling you anything.
I've got a nice application of Metagel ready to go. But if you'd rather I just keep walking.
Son of a bitch. I don't know anything. I just shoot the overflow from the labs. The old Krogan up there, he's really been cleaning house lately. Fedor hired him to make her an army, but the Krogan he creates are insane. So we use them for live ammo training. It's all crap. I don't get paid enough to goddamn bleed out.
I want your friends gone. Understand?
Patrol? The last group dispersed. Lost sight 5 minutes ago. You asked for a report, you got it. Dispersed.
Understood. Turning in the labs.
There. You see? I'm helping.
Have you seen O'Keir? Does he know about all this?
You can't go in the labs, but everyone sees what happens when the Krogan come out. I've shot hundreds. They're crazy, mindless. Anyone up there, they know what's going on.
What is Jador planning to do with all these Krogan?
Replace us, probably. I sure wouldn't want to see an army of them coming at me. Only she can't control them. They're supposed to be crazy, but they're Krogan. How smart are they to start?
Is Jador's lab heavily guarded?
There are big guns to keep ships away. We're not outfitted to fight goddamn commandos.
What is Jador planning to do?
Replace them. Only she can't control them.
If you start limping now, you might find a shady spot.
Funny.
I thought so. Come on. Warlord is somewhere in Jador's lab.
Right behind you. Right.
I'll kill you all!
Got one.
Got one! I'm going. Final hide. Did I do that? Lead the way. On it.
psychos, and I have felt only the need to kill. But you... something makes me speak.
7 what? He's a week old?
They must breed them full size, ready to kill. Not much improvement over regular mercs if they need training.
Bred to kill? No. I kill because my blood and bone tell me to. But it's not why I was flushed from Glass Mother. Survival is what I hear in my head. Against the enemy that threatens all mankind. But I failed, even before waking. That is what the voice in the water said. That is why I wait here.
You're supposed to be part of a mercenary army. Do you remember Jador?
I know that name. It causes anger, but also laughter. It is not a name that will be sung when we march. I don't know what that means, but I have heard it many times.
How can you speak if you're only a week old?
There was a scratching sound in my head, and it became the voice. It taught things I would need. Walking, talking, hitting, shooting. Then the voice said I was not perfect, and the teaching stopped. And now I am here.
Fail one test and you're done? What kind of teaching is that?
I don't know, but I am not perfect.
Okir's voice? Did he speak to you while you were in your tank?
I heard the voice, not like now, with ears. Inside. I called it Father. It like that. But it was disappointed. I'm not what it needs me to be.
This lab's full of Krogan. What if they're trying to cure the genophage?
Cure? Cure was never whispered. Survive, resist, ignore.
How did you disappoint the voice?
I don't know. It was decided before I left Tank Mother. I was not perfect.
Maybe spending his week-long childhood in a tank made him crazy, like that merc said.
I don't know of that, but I'm not perfect.
I destroyed Saren's cure. How does Okir expect these Krogan to ignore the genophage if not by curing it?
From what I can see, Okir isn't having the best luck with his little experiment.
Can you show me the laboratory? I need to speak with Okir.
The Glass Mother. She is up, past the broken parts, behind many of you fleshy things. I will show you.
No section 14.3b, not even a 14.3a. The numbering skipped like a rigged lotto.
Rough stuff. I like it.
Discretionary credit assigned. Discretionary as in, we'll credit you if we feel like it, sweetheart. She leaned back and laughed once.
You fleshy things are slow when big things are in your way.
Can you show us the way? Help us fight to the lab.
No.
You're giving up?
I will fight if they come, but I feel it deep that I must wait. I kill, but only here. I am not perfect, but I have purpose. I must wait until called, released.
Even commented on. Then she backed up her backups to us. Some of those files she hadn't touched in years. Others still had track changes from a CTO who once claimed, let's keep this gender neutral. Maybe don't say her idea during a review call. She added that one to a folder labeled evidence in all caps. By 2:17 a.m., the final file was secured. She closed her laptop with a reference to someone plugging a weapon. The next morning, she looked exactly the same. Laser pressed. Something colder. She opened a browser tab, switched to IP litigation specialist Los Angeles female. She clicked the first result with 5 stars and a picture of a woman.
Nothing can stop me.
It gave him a wall-mounted smart ergonomic standing desk and some monstrous looked like it regretted being alive. Elena stepped inside anyway, holding a printed copy of the patent diff log.
Coming in close. He's good at God.
He didn't look up, just gesturing vaguely, scrolling on his monitor.
Nothing can stop me.
This is the file for the project. She said, my name's not Seriously, sort of like someone who just been in the sky. We had to consider their names.
Goes on.
It's within policy. Stephanie will smile, of course. But Alina, yourself what energy you bring into keep it. These things. It's better to stared at her like she just suggested they saw. Focused on the future. That's why I want the records. Then she left. That afternoon, Elena.
You're my shield!
She nodded when the COO mentioned tightening timelines. She even complimented the UX designer's new glasses. She'd already wired a consultation fee to Miss Deborah Klein, SIP attorney with a reputation for precision strikes and an Instagram bio that read IP doesn't stand for impress politely. The NDA was signed. The timeline had begun. The moment she handed over her drive, Deborah's response had been deliciously simple. Oh, honey, they done screwed up. Elena didn't argue, didn't correct, didn't raise her voice. She ghosted the gaslighters, let him believe she'd swallowed him, simmered down, matured. Meanwhile, her silence was sharpening. Organized. She wasn't done. She was preparing. Elena lying in a corner office stacked with enough leather-bound law to kill a priest. The woman wore stilettos like weapons and read through Elena's encrypted thumb drive like it was a tabloid expose she already knew the ending to. 35 minutes in, she looked up with a grin that didn't reach her eyes. Sweetheart, Deborah said, tapping her gel nails on the table. It left their digital panties. Deborah had the metadata, and the metadata sang, on file after file, back-end logic trees, initial patent blueprints, R&D brainstorming logs. Elena's name was stamped like a ghost signature beneath every draft. Not Ethan, not Jason, not the CFO who once asked if the converter could be made wireless just for vibes. No, it was Elena, and every last edit, submission, and timestamp made it harder for them to deny that. She'd been there first at every step, but that wasn't the worst part. Deborah flipped open her laptop and slid it across the table. On screen was a ZIP of internal Slack exports likely leaked by some poor junior legal staffer with a grudge and a VPN. Inside one chat, the CFO, Howard, of course, it was Howard, typed, "She's too nice. We rewrote through Ethan and Claire. Low risk of litigation. Won't even notice." Another line in a separate thread. Elena's brilliant, but not strategic. She won't fight. Elena's spine turned to ice. Her hands didn't shake. They just froze. The gall. The smug spreadsheet fueled arrogance. She'd known they underestimated her, but reading it, black text on white screen, typed by men in Patagonia vests who thought their MBAs were immunity cloaks that sliced deeper than any disc bonus. Deborah leaned in. They didn't just screw you, she said. They screwed themselves by leaving this trail. They were the originating inventor. You have time-stamped IP. They altered employment terms retroactively. That's not just unethical. That's fraud. What now? Elena asked. Now Deborah said, sliding a stack of forms under your name. Sole inventor. Private. Undisclosed. We do it now before they try to launch under false claims. Elena sighed. The stroke of her pen felt like lighting a fuse. The provision was airtight. It didn't just claim ownership. It defined it. Legally, irrefutably. Deborah filed it within the hour. The application encrypted and time-stamped digital forensics that could make a grown man deposition. No one else. Not legal. Not HR. Not even Ethan, who is currently posting a LinkedIn statement.
Ow.
I'll throw you like a toy!
CTO Gregory Baines, not a whisper.
smoking!
materials, and a tech framework. You just pitched to 3 acquisition boards this week. Congratulations. You're now marketing a disputed asset. A pause, then chaos. Somewhere in the investor tables, a sharp intake of breath, then a whisper. Wait, isn't that deal with Origin Energy going public Monday? Another voice. Their stock's tied to Helios. If the balance of litigation, panic ignited in slow motion. You could see the spreadsheets recalculating behind their eyes. The CTO turned gray. Ethan looked like someone had unplugged him from reality. VR flags began murmuring into their phones like hostages calling home. Wexler stated, "This is a misunderstanding. We've used protocol. Never said we have metadata. After the fact, which under U.S. protocol is grounds for immediate injunction. Sharp crack as the cork of the 1000 champagne bottle finally popped on its own, too late for good. The foam spilled over the edge down Wexler's hand onto the mic. He stood there soaked in his own celebration. She just sat, chewing.
I'll destroy you.
No shot, no healing. Just was hers at the precise moment. They thought they'd buried her for good. The flash hit just as the champagne hung midair, like some French people exorcism caught in stasis. Foam cascading from the bottle. The CEO's face frozen in half of his eyes, and a room full of investors. They were staring down the end of a freight train, leaning on French.
Going dark.
She didn't
Taking damage.
outside, the night air tasted like vindication in headlights. There's already climbing out with notepads in one hand and phone cameras in the other. One woman shouted, "Miss Martinez, is it true the patent was stolen?" Another asked if she had a comment. Subject line, "You might want to be in the Helios bathroom tonight." She and Deborah climbed into the back of the waiting car and shut the door before the flashes stopped. Inside the car, the silence broke. Deborah, all she said was her skirt that went better than I expected. Elena chuckled, a dry, exhausted sound. By Monday morning, the company was improved 11%. 22%. Pending internal review. PA released a 2-sentence statement. The product was under legal evaluation. Internally, the company went on lockdown. Files were scrubbed. HR froze promotions. Elena's personal phone rang. Unknown. She let it go. Martinez, this is Diana from the board's legal team. We like to we believe there's a path to resolution that serves everyone's interest. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. Living room. Sweatshirt 3 sizes too big. TV on the table beside her. The TV played one of the She stared out the window. The city flashed like
Now you see me.
And she liked how it sounded in silence. Appreciate you sticking around. You legends in the ring. This is your chaos. Let's make your own manager.
Fucking bitch. Fucking rocket launching bitch. Alright, so it is that time of the night, motherfuckers. Time for me to find a raid target. 'Cause this is how we do it.
They slashed my
Thank you to all you lovely motherfuckers who came in here, whether you talked or not. The fact that you were here is huge. Get those Pokeballs in the chat while I find us a target. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to your streamers you watch, right? We really do appreciate it. It makes our day. It makes all of this worth doing. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we can do this job without them, frankly, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, let's see if this will allow or not. Alright. Well, we are going to raid into Sigori 22, or Surgore 22. So I will be back tomorrow, as per my usual streaming schedule. And I will see you lovely motherfuckers then. Until that point, this is your immortal Sith Emperor, signing the fuck out saying, later motherfuckers.